The events, characters, and organizations depicted in this game fortunately are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, locales, or to actual historic events is purely coincidental. Some parts of this game are considered violent or cruel. The game contains scenes of explicit violence and gore, not appropriate for people with heart disease. Okay. This. Oh. Okay. Let's start out this spooky game. I've seen probably about... Hey! Princess, how's it going? Are you familiar with this game? How are you doing today? This is a game called Detention. I'm not sure if you've heard of this or the company. This company is a Taiwanese developer. Recently, their second game, Devotion, which is supposed to be very, very, very good, was pulled from... Actually, when I say recently, I think it was like a year or two ago now. Was pulled from all game stores, basically, because there was some art in the game that was apparently accidentally left in the game. That was kind of a meme about like the head of the Chinese government, and so they basically cracked down on the studio, because this is a Taiwanese studio, and they basically have not been able to get their game in store, which is unfortunate. Good Old Games recently announced that they were going to actually rehost the game, but then under some pressure, they claim from fans, they were forced to pull the game down. So you can still buy that game from their site though, so I will likely get that. But this, yeah, this is a these games are apparently amazing. Detention and Devotion. It seems like they're inspired by certain events in like Taiwanese history. So anyways, although that being said, the disclaimer at the beginning would claim that that is not true and it's purely a coincidence. But anyways, let's try this game. Devotion is like 3D. This one's a 2D horror game. Class, the following material is important. Pay attention, this will be on the final exam. During the time period, many provincial military leaders the president then started the Northern Expedition, securing... Look, it's Instructor Bai. Miss Yin, may I have a word with you? Okay, class, let's take a short break. Miss Yin, have you seen this list before? Did I fall asleep? This is strange. Where is everybody? How come nobody's here? A typhoon alert? There shouldn't be any typhoons this time of year. What's going on here? So this one is kind of point and click. Typhoon alert. I thought the weather was quite nice during history class. The sound of howling wind. Typhoon must be getting close. What's that? What's that question mark? There's a note on the table. Added to journal. Where did Miss Yin go? Where did Miss Yin go? Whoever was passing this note in class was worried about Miss Yin. Miss Yin keeps calling in sick lately. That's weird. No kidding, man. I hate those other subs they send in. School anthem. Our school anthem. It actually has a decent melody. The lyrics, however, feel like another one of those propagandas promoting patriotism. School motto and rules. The first thing in orientation was to memorize the school motto and rules. all that be honest, be brave, be loyal, be frugal stuffs, and making sure you know it was Principal Mr. Shen who established these foundations for us. I'll put it in my notebook. Okay, cool. I wonder if there's a... Okay, there's no manual save. It's getting dark out. I should head home. Hey, Bumbleworth, how's it going? Oh, yeah, no worries. No worries. I hope you're having a great day. And yeah, don't spoil this for yourself. We've just started it. No spoilers have happened. It's getting dark out. I should head home. But yeah, nice of you to pop in. It's the bulletin board. The holidays are the only thing I pay attention to. Thanks a lot. I hope you have a great day. Take care, man. It's the bulletin board. The holidays are the only thing I pay attention to. Marked on the calendar are the daily and weekly quizzes, midterm exams, final exams. Reading this is giving me a headache. Room 203. This is my classroom. How did I fall asleep in there? Is that what it said? This is our class schedule. Did I sleep through all the afternoon classes? I don't have to use the restroom. Girls' restroom. I shouldn't be going in there. The front gate isn't this way. Added to journal. Public announcement. Public announcement. Due to our ongoing war with mainland China, Instructor Bai is asking students to rat out anyone who may be pro-communist or show signs of treachery. There are big rewards for informants. Whoa, what was that? Oh, okay. They say Mr. Cow sometimes sleeps in here. It's locked. I don't think anybody's in there. Mr. Cow, or Colonel Cow, as we call him, behind his back, is a military veteran. I likely am going to mispronounce many names during this stream. I'm sorry in advance. I think this is the control panel for the roll-up door. Open it? Oh, yes. The mechanical winch. There are instructions on the cover, but I think I need a hand crank. Item received, hand crank. Diamond Sutra. Why would someone put this on the wall? I'm not familiar with Buddhist teachings. Yeah, apparently. This is one dirty raincoat. The musty smell is horrifying. I've probably seen like the first 20 minutes of this game or so, and nothing after that. A kerosene heater. We used it last winter. Huddling around it and having a good time. I had a friend who I was watching starting to play this, and then something creepy happened and they just noped out of the game and we're like, I'm not playing this game. I'm too scared. I'm done. It's a mechanical winch. There are instructions on the cover. I think it needs a hand crank. Okay, how do we do this? Like that? Oh, really? I've never heard of that, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. The shortest route back home is through the auditorium. Enter? Yes. Is it like is it a Steam game? Oh, what do we have here? Is that Miss Yin? Who's this girl? Is she sleeping? Hello? She's not responding. Maybe I should, get on the stage. Let's get up there. Yep, not Miss Yin. Hello? Wake up, you shouldn't be here. Where am I? The auditorium? We're sleeping on the stage. Huh? School is canceled because a typhoon is coming. Typhoon? It just came from my classroom. You're the first person I've come across. Weird. How did I... We should get going. It's getting dark in here. And the rain is starting to pour. Wait. My necklace is gone. What? Have you seen my necklace? I don't think so. How? I must have lost it somewhere. I'm not leaving without it. Do you need help finding it? Would it be too much trouble? Well, we'll certainly find it faster if we look together. Thank you, then. What kind of necklace are you looking for? A deer-shaped jade pendant tied to a red cord. Let's split up and search for the item, then. Thanks, that means a lot. It's odd seeing the classroom chair over here. Is it for a school play? Some odds and ends and an old military jacket. Nothing special here. Oh, is that it? Something's in there, but I can't reach it. An old exhaust fan. The power is off. There's a dim sound coming from the end of the vent shaft. Okay. Well, that is weird that it would be in there. Flagpoles and class signs. The stuff is used during our school assemblies. There's an umbrella in the bucket. Take the umbrella? Yes. Broken umbrella. Okay, let's can we pull it out with the umbrella? White jade deer pendant. A fine quality deer jade pendant. For some reason, it got thrown into the vent. Why were you sleeping in the auditorium? Well, I don't know either. I'm still feeling a little dizzy. Let's find the necklace and go home. Okay. Is this the necklace? You found it. That's awesome, thank you. Where did you find it? The storage room next to the stage. It seems like someone threw it into the vent there. What? Why would it be in such a place? Well, forget it. You found it anyways. Let's get going before the rain gets heavy. Sure. Thank you for finding my necklace. Let's head back home. That girl is a slow walker. Wow, it's raining pretty hard already. It's too dangerous to stay here any longer. Let's go. The rock's been sitting here for quite some time now. People say it fell from a small temple on the mountain. It's the security office by the main gate. I guess even the guard left for home. Here's the campus exit. What? The bridge collapsed. No freaking way. Oh God. Whoa. Why is the river red? This looks like blood. Blood? Don't say that. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. What happened? Okay, let's calm down and think about it. There's got to be a reasonable explanation. Why is it red? Even muddy water shouldn't be this color. Ah, I think I know the cause of this. There are a few factories located upstream. It's probably them dumping chemical waste into the river under cover of the typhoon. Are you sure? I've heard people talking about it. Perhaps you're right. The worst part is, we don't have a way to go downhill now, with the bridge gone. Tons of people cross this bridge every day. The bridge should have been better maintained. Guess we have to head back to school. It won't do us any good standing here in the middle of the rain. True. Don't worry, it's just a typhoon. The school has enough supplies for us to get through the storm. All right. I guess I can trust you. You seem like a reliable person. Just try to be optimistic. Let's get going then. That reminds me of a game called Siren, or Forbidden Siren. You got trapped in a town as the rivers ran red. All wet and tired. What a day. Just rest up for now. We may have to spend the night here. Oh, wait. I haven't officially thanked you for finding my necklace for me. I'm Fang Rei Shin, a senior from Miss Yin's class. You can call me Ray. How about you? What grade are you in? So you're my senior. Miss Fang, I'm Wei Chung Ting. You don't have to be so formal with me. It's a bit awkward. Just Ray is fine. Normally we don't go to the senior building. I hear that it's a very competitive environment where everyone works their butt off studying. It's not that awful. Some of us still do what we want. I do envy you for graduating soon. Soon you won't have to see Guo Fong on a daily basis anymore. Instructor Bai? I don't even dare call him by his whole name. Sorry, just had to mute for a sneeze. Rumor says he was a relentless killer during the war. I wouldn't dare do that in front of him either. We're all pretty terrified of him. We avoid him any possible way we can. Ahem. Hey, you, come here. Why are you hiding from me? Are you affiliated with the commies? Whoa, that was the perfect imitation. Giving me goosebumps. Huh. Anyways, just hang on tight, buddy. It'll be your turn to graduate next year. Life's a struggle. Hey, I know what we can do. Let me go use that phone in the principal's office. See if I can contact anybody. Then I'll grab that heater in the storage room and a couple of blankets from the health center. That should be enough for us to get through the night. That's a well thought out plan. Do you need any help? I'll be fine on my own. You should rest up here, missus. The man's got it under control. Hold on there now. Don't take me as one of those spoiled, pampered girls. I'm probably more capable than most you boys. Sorry, that came out the wrong way. It's okay, you don't have to apologize. I know you were just trying to help. Okay, how about this? I'll go make the phone call, then we can find what we need together and carry them back. Alright, that sounds good. I'll wait for you right here. Just hurry back. It's getting real dark out there. Huh? Did you make the call already? On my way. You should hurry back so we can get the other supplies. It's gotten a lot darker out, that's for sure. And now we're in horror mode, where we've switched full Silent Hill. I feel like we're in the Rust world now. His footsteps echoed softly, invoking a trace of suspense in me. Reality faded away as time stood still. I swallowed hard as the emptiness confined me. Ah! Why? What happened? It looks like he's not breathing at all. Is he dead? But how? He was fine just a moment ago. Oh my god, I just met you. Tell me this is only a bad dream. Okay, Ray, take a deep breath. There's a notebook on the stage. It's Way's journal. So now we get the real main character. Saw him looking through it earlier. Perhaps there are clues as to what happened here. Fortune-telling poem. A fortune-telling poem from the temple. Turn the wheel with the laws of the universe to reveal the path ahead. The laws of the universe. What's going on here? What a nightmare. Well, this is some culty shit. I should take this candle with me. That light should go a long way. There's nothing here. Oh, I know that jacket. It belongs to Mr. Cow. Well, now there's dead mice in here? Or something? A dead mouse. No wonder it smells so bad in here. Note, book club, added to journal. Book club, a note with a conversation. Hey, I heard a teacher started a club for students and are reading some prohibited books. Really? I thought that the book club was just a place for studying. Actually, I should check to see if there's more. No, there's not. I wonder what the deal with the necklace is. Does she say the same thing about this stuff? I used to admire the flag bearer. I thought it was the coolest job. Now I just want to get away from all this. This doesn't, thus far, seem to be that much of like a pixel hunter. Like, it seems like it doesn't look like we have to like scan for the little thing in the environment. Which is good, because that is annoying. The famous sacred tree of the mountain. It looks rather spooky at the moment. Dang. Why is there a grave here? The engravings on the tombstone were all rubbed off. When was this built? A shrine? Worshipping a few deities. I don't recognize any of them other than the Earth God. Huh? What's that thing next to the incense burner? Received auditorium key. I'm guessing we were locked in the auditorium, but I didn't check that door. There's a note under the key. What's this? Illustration. Facing the lingered. Picked up at the shrine. Seems like a page from a children's book. Don't be scared. When you see the lingered, just hold your breath and quietly walk away. Well, how do we hold breath? The trail disappeared downhill. Right click to hold your breath. Oh, Jesus. Well, yeah, I need to know something. I need to know something. Okay. I just wanted to see how close it triggered before it attacked. Oh, really? Oh, really? Interesting. Was this chair... Oh, this chair was up on the stage before we left. And now that we're back in here, someone's moved it down. Oh, that's creepy. Can we not go up there now? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, let's check the doors. I wonder how this game like saves or use checkpoints or whatever. I hope I can wake up from this nightmare. It is locked. It should be the right key. Though near graduation, little is known about our principal. It's almost as if he comes to school wearing a mask. Hey. One daffodil struggles to stay alive. What's the point of fighting when the others have already given up? Oh, dang. That's a metaphor right there. The soil seems to have been disturbed. I can see the corner poking up from the dirt. Try to dig it out? Yes. An old photograph. Can't tell who's in this picture. There's a quote written on it. The roots below the earth claim no rewards for making the branches fruitful. The roots below the earth claim no rewards for making the branches fruitful. The daffodils are dying. Is anyone taking care of them? Sign for a principal's office. Who could be calling at a time like this? Perhaps I can go get some help. A bookshelf filled with books about history, leadership, and the war. If I remembered right, the principal was also a war veteran. From Mr. Cow, instructor by to the principal. Most of the staff seem to be related to the military. Are all schools like this? Shuimo painting. It's a scene from near the school. Okay, let's answer it. Stop that ringing. Wei said he was going to try to get a hold of the townspeople. Maybe they're calling back. Hello, I'm a student from Greenwood High. Someone here was found dead. Please send help. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Bang. I am waiting for you in the counselor's office. What? Who is this? What in the world is going on? Who is that? How did he know it was me? The counselor's office is on the 3rd floor. I can't pick up that phone again. I saw that there was an achievement on Steam. I looked at the achievements and one said there's an achievement for calling 119. So at some point when I get access to... Whoa, what the hell? That's creepy. When I get access to a phone, I'm going to try calling it. This is an altar for praying. Oh, yes. Saved. You feel blessed. Okay. This file cabinet, shouldn't it be all locked up? A watch list for what? The folder is empty. I bet you it's a watch list for students that they suspect are communists or something. These documents makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, let's clear out this floor. This is the device to control a roll-up door. I'm not familiar with how this works. Might get hurt trying to operate it. Is this door, was this always boarded up or is this new? This is new, right? It's all boarded up. We move stuff in and out of the school during the school year a lot. Brings up bad memories. Mr. Cow sleeps in here sometimes. Yep, this is some creepy shit. Mr. Cow's room. What's on the door? It seems to have a bunch of Taoist talismans painted on it. Strange. It's not locked, but I can't open it. Yo. An essay from my sophomore year. When's the last time they updated this bulletin? Oh, Lord. A strange combination lock. I can't open it unless I know how to read these weird symbols. So, okay. Fortune-telling poem. Turn the wheel. I wonder. Are these characters? Okay. Am I in limbo? And we're like, are both of my characters the characters that we saw already dead? And they're like victims of the struggle? That would make sense. Okay, let's go up. Oh, this is creepy. Taoist talismans of protection are all over the wall. It's all boarded up. I can't see inside at all. Oh! Look at that. There's a figure right there. That is creepy as heck. The person just right at the window. The door is all boarded up. The sliding door is wrapped in barbed wire. I may be able to cut it with the right tool. Died young, written on a paper. This is Wei's classroom. I was talking to Wei just now. What in the world happened to him? I have not tried the door. I will in a second. Pile of wood debris blocking the way. Seems to be broken parts of the desks and chairs from the classroom. So I think both of these two doors, this one and the one to the left, are both to the same room. Announcement flyer handed out by instructor Bai. Gambling is prohibited on campus. This is the school's ban on all acts associated with gambling. Whoever's caught gambling will be expelled. This is way seat. There's some writings on the desk. Strengthen thy wings. The sky's the limit. You are on your own now. Who wrote this? Okay. This is creepy. This is Silent Hill already. This used to be where I could clear my head. Right now, however, it only gives me goosebumps. What's this? There are pliers in the sink. Okay, so that's to cut open the elevator, or whatever it was. My head hurts, and I look like hell. Well, not, I guess it's a door, I don't know. How did Wade die like that? I'm in danger as well. Am I in danger as well? White deer, please tell me this is all but a nightmare. Forgotten? Or just afraid to remember? That was very Silent Hill right there too. What? Who is that? It's locked. Don't think anyone's inside. The door, all covered in stains. Is it mold? This is disgusting. How did it get so nasty? It could be. That's actually a good, or did she get hanged by, someone else? The rotten smell coming from inside. I don't want to open it. Darkish red stains in the sink. Something's jammed in the pipe. A die in a place like this? Received a single die. Oops. I was so expecting one of these to burst open and have something there that I had to get past. Like, I'm amazed it wasn't. And was there something where that happened? Where there was a bent neck? Oh, I know. Okay, I'm not going to say, but yes, there was a thing that I remember seeing that had that kind of thing in it. But I'm not going to say because it's a spoiler. Oh, Lord. Let me cut this. Okay. I'm being a little bit of a wuss right now. But let's save. We haven't actually done that much, but I don't really want to lose a bunch of progress. Okay. Let's go back up. Actually, let's go. Oh, there's nothing down here. Oh, sweet Lord. Bloodstains. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, Lordy. Oh, jeez. I did not see the person there. Holy crud. That was a real ass scare. Oh, Lordy. Only a single desk and chair sitting in the middle of the class. It evokes a sense of solitude. Huh? There are some engraved marks on the table. They seem to be words and symbols, but they're too faint to read right now. If we had like a pencil, we could do like a what do you know what I'm talking about? That thing where you like brush a pencil over a notepad or whatever, and you can read the message below based on. Okay, why am I doing this? Why am I going about the spooky way? Let's go. Whoa, was there something there? No. Let's go the less spooky way. Hey, what up? What up? What up? There is a lot of blood on the walls. My character is probably going to be like, is it mold? It's got to be mold, right? The sounds they make are disturbing. Health center. Where did the person wanted me to go to the counselor's office, right? A note on the floor. Food offerings. Picked up at the health center. Put down the offerings and revere the lingered. Then hold your breath and do not linger. Oh wait, never mind. I was about to say something dumb. There's a door there. We gotta go in the health office though. Is that a save point? I see a red light. It is. Okay, so save points do not seem too rare. That is good. Ew him. Oh, this is the combination lock, right? You got a food offering. Several documents on the desk. Patient records. Diagnostic reports from the health center. How can students be injured so severely like this? April 20th. Wong Ming Chung, 17, gender male. Conditions: right arm comminuted fracture, left wrist bone fracture. Okay. So I think that this has to do with the puzzle. The thing had three things we could enter, right? And it looked like one of these. Well, I don't know if I have the tools to figure this out yet. I might need more information. The door is locked from the other side. This is one of the only games that you see glowing red light and you're like, oh, thank God, safety. Oh, safety in the spooky glowing red light. Storage room for medical supplies. It's locked. The nurse should have the key. Okay, so the answer should be here. I might have to go back and look at the combination lock to see if it has any extra clues. Where was it? Was that in the dude's office or was it elsewhere? Yeah, I think it was in the guy's office. I can't remember exactly. Let's check. Oh, I wonder. No, I doubt. Wait. This is floor. I wonder if these, like, the floor numbers have anything to do with it. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I don't know. We'll see. This sound right now, this audio, is totally like Silent Hill music. Silent Hill music did so much of that, like, mechanical, spooky stuff. Where was the locked thing from? I can't remember where the lock was. Okay, let's go check the bathroom while we're here, because there's not a whole lot of places the lock could be. Man, I should have should have remembered this. Have you ever are you familiar with the Siren or Forbidden Siren or Siren Blood Curse games? This thing reminds me of I can't stand the sight of it. It's locked. God, I don't remember where the lock was. The Siren games, most of them were Japan exclusive, although there was at least one that made it into English. They were by the makers of Silent Hill, but it was like kind of based on Japanese mythology, and the bad guys in it were really, really creepy because they were Shibito, so they were kind of like zombies, but they had somewhat like bug features, like they would have like wings growing out of their eyes and stuff like that. But the thing that was creepy is that, one, you were basically completely powerless against them, and so you would sight jack them. You would look through their eyes to sneak past them. But the other thing is that they were zombies, but they kind of retained semblances of their previous lives. So they would like sit at the dinner table with their family and like watch TV aimlessly and stuff like that, or like if they were a miner, they would just like be hitting stone, and they'd be just muttering this like gibberish that sounds like the guys in this. It was very, very creepy. Man, I really can't remember where the thing that we saw the code was. Why am I blanking on this? We saw it not long ago. Let's see. Talisman. Oh, it might be. Oh, here it is. We found it. Okay, let's see. A strange combination lock. I can't open it unless I know how to read these weird symbols. Okay, so we still haven't found what we're looking for. What do I have? I have a die. The worn out surface. Okay, so this is a contraband item because it's gambling. We have an item for a food offering. I'm guessing this is like a one-time use. Huh. Okay, so we still can't open this yet. So I think I might be wrong about it being the same as that chart. I think that might have just been in my head. Okay, let's check out the auditorium again. No one said I was the best problem solver in the world. I kind of doubt it's making us backtrack. I really bet you it's up ahead where we were. I don't feel like this is a good idea. How close can I get? There we go. I just don't really want to get trapped on this side of her. Okay. May the Earth God protect me. The trail. Okay. So it was, oops, it was a bad idea for me to come over here. Okay, let's go to where we last were. Let's go. Yeah, it's not gonna make us go all the way back here. So we'll go back up to the place on the second floor with the nurse's office and check that out more thoroughly. Yes. Oh, this is a different place than the place on the third floor. Okay, so what are our goals? We want to figure out that lock. We want to figure out what the thing says on the desk. Door's locked from the other side. I really wonder what the deal with this is. Oh! I didn't see that! There's a shadow in the corner. Pull the board up. Medical supply storage key. There we go. Oh. I was so distracted by these symbols that I didn't look for the... What the fuck? I saw that big old face. There's a face on the window looking in. Is this the medical storage or is that... Okay, it's locked from the other side. Okay, we're back on track. We got this. Oh no. Is that the door we need to open? Oh no. Because this is the nurse's office, right? Is there anything sealed up in here? There's not. Locked from the other side. So we need to get across past this lingered or whatever it's called. Oh, 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 okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay. The door's unlocked. Okay, we made it. Emergency showers and eye wash station. Something's in the water bowl. Another die? We now have 2 dice. Snake eyes. Okay. Has someone been here? The floor is wet. This is surprisingly stressful. A sharp smell coming from the metal box. This is paint thinner? Only a few miscellaneous items. This will open up. Okay, shortcuts. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh! Unlimited food offerings. Yay! What was that? What was that? Hey, Menomori, how's it going? You seem like a pretty nice guy. That's terrible. I'm doing well. Just hanging out with some spooky ghosts. Just hanging out with some spooky ghosts. I'm making them chase me to pretend I'm confident, even though I'm not at all. I do just want a hug. But you know what? You can't always get what you want. Personal space. Huh. One second. One second. One second. I'm still here. One second. Is there anywhere that we... Okay, sorry. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, yeah. My sister drew all my... She drew this one, she drew this one, and she drew this one. Yeah, it's freaking awesome. I love it. And I love that I can brag about it because she drew it. Okay, where would we use paint thinner? I don't remember these steel bars being here. So I have to find a way to the other side. So this one is the one that actually legit jump scared me. Is it crying or is it laughing? That's a real question. Because crying and laughing can often sound way too similar. Oh, I think it is crying. I was interpreting it as laughing for so long. That makes a lot more sense, though. Died young is written there. Let's check our notes for a second. So, yeah, food offering, facing the lingered. Oh, the fortune-telling poem. I wonder what the deal with that is. And also, while we're at it, let's see. Gambling is prohibited. I'm guessing we need 3 dice. The roots below the earth claim no reward for making the branches fruitful. Earn your own now. Posting students' grades up on the wall. That's embarrassing. That's what they did. I'm glad our teacher didn't do that. Yeah. They did that in university. Doesn't do anything. This state reminds me of something. I can't stand the sight of it. They get so nasty. Where would I use paint thinner? Okay. I'm gonna go back up to here. It's probably either here or the 3rd floor, right? I'm not gonna save because I haven't done anything. Or could it be in Cow's office? Someone been here? The floor is wet. I don't think it's in this room at all. And by the way, you guys are totally, if you want, welcome to backseat game a bit and give some suggestions. If there's, I mean, unless you're like, I played this game and I know 100% what I'm doing. But oh, that's a good idea, actually. I might try that. Okay, in that case. Oh, you know what? I think I know where to go, actually, now that you've said that. There was the door that had all of the oh lordy. There was the door that was sealed with the incantation on it. Yeah, man. Oh, that's good advice. It's worked for everyone that's ever played Dark Souls, right? Okay. Okay, I think I know where we're going. It was by Cow's office, right? Was it Cow's office? There was a hallway that had a door that was not sealed with boards, but it was sealed with, like, oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Were you always there? I don't remember. Oh, we have to sneak past you. We have to sneak past you. Okay, this is the right way. Because that person was not there. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. I'm going to try to not use the food offering. That's not how you do it. No! Don't walk away from me! No, you creepy little girl. Okay, get the F out. Here we go. Get good. This should be able to remove the talisman drawing. Nothing sounds like a better idea than removing a talisman that's sealing something in there. A country map. We have to memorize each province's name for geography class. Funny thing is, I'm not even a little familiar with our little... I'm not even familiar with our own little town. What's the point of knowing about places that are so distant? Why is there a knife stabbed in the table? Despite the rust, it still looks sharp. Got a utility knife. Table's a mess. Someone stabbed it repeatedly with a knife. Did Mr. Cow do this? Free calendar handed out by the township office. Every household has one. Poster of a famous celebrity. Oh, lordy. The room smells of old alcohol and smoke. I am suffocating. A chipped white ceramic bowl. Can't lift it up. Somehow it's stuck to the table. There are scratch marks in the bowl. Guess the rumor of people gambling in the school is not a rumor after all. I think we need a third die. If I throw the dice, I've seen people doing it. I think it requires 3 dice to play. Okay. A water bucket. Something's in there. Another die? Yes, it is. Dark stains at the bottom of the bucket. That smell and the swarming bugs. Better stop looking at it or I might throw up. Oh, they're teeth. Wonderful. 6, 2, 3. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. 6, 2, 3. So that 6, 2, 3 is going to be one of 2 things. It probably has to do with the combination lock we saw. But there is a small chance it has to do with the phone number. But I bet you it's the combination lock. Strange combination lock. I can't open it unless I know how to read these weird symbols. I'm guessing this is 5? Who knows? Okay, let's see. Oh, city marked on the map is at Mr. Cow's hometown. Are you familiar with this game, Menomori? Oh, we have a knife now. We have a knife. What can we use that knife for? Okay, did you ever hear about the there was a company that there was some controversy. A game got pulled from like the Steam store, the Epic store in good old games, and there was some controversy because it was basically like it was a Taiwanese game and there was a kind of a conflict with mainland China. That was another game by this developer, Red Candle Games. So this is a game that is a horror game that is somewhat inspired by Taiwanese history. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here. I think, yeah, I think this is exactly the same as it was. Oh, wait, unless we can cut him down, but I kind of doubt it. Oh, we can look up. Oh, Jesus. Why? Why did we do that? I think I'm supposed to collect the blood. Why did I do that? What the hell? What the hell? Why did I do that? I wonder if there's other information that I'm supposed to know about that. Why did I slit his throat? Let's collect it on some food. Let's collect it on a necklace. Let's collect it on a notebook. That's the classic point-and-click adventure thing. You're like, I know I have what I need, and all I have is some duct tape, a bowl of cereal, and a condom. And then you're just like, okay, there's a locked door. Use the condom on the door. Doesn't work. Damn it. Use the bowl of cereal on the door. Doesn't work. Damn it. Put the duct tape on the condom. Doesn't work. Damn it. Did who have an empty bowl? The one that I fed the food to? Oh, maybe where the dice was. Maybe where I threw the dice. Yeah, that's not empty. Why the fuck did I just cut his throat? Like, I honestly feel like I skipped a clue that made it make sense. I don't have the knife anymore, though. Later. Wait, I don't have paint thinner. What did I use that? Oh, right, to get into the door. I'll save because I slit someone's throat. These documents make me a little uncomfortable. I bet you I'm right about what those documents were. So here's my... Is it possible that my character was suspected of being a communist and so they hung her? Is that a possibility? Okay. I think you're likely right, but since we're on this side of the person that we sneak past, I may as well check here. Oh. There's engraved marks. They seem to be words and symbols, but they're too faint to read. Okay, we also got the number 623, right? Yes. And I can remember that because 6 is 2 times 3. Perfect. I'll never forget. 632 it is. I'm just kidding. That might be it. This is the nurse's place. There was a bucket over there, wasn't there? Is there not a bucket in here? No, there was not. Okay, I think this is death, but I just want to see what's out here. Will we just instantly get chased? Yes. Yes, we instantly get chased. I just wanted to see. I wanted to know. Okay, so this person did not leave a bowl behind. Let's go see if we can get the gambling bowl. Okay, so it was on floor 1, right? Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. I forget what's in here. Oh, this is the dude's office. I can't use the phone. Okay. No! I unclicked it! I unclicked it! What have I done? Don't teleport away from me, you weirdo. Okay. Can we get the bowl back? Whoa, what's this? Teeth? I thought I was holding dice. Oh, so I just didn't look at it again. These numbers, no way. I'm pretty sure those were the dice when I threw them. Or those were dice when I threw them. Dice? Teeth? 623. What happened? After throwing the dice into the bowl, they turned to teeth. Are the numbers supposed to mean something? Oh, why, yes, they are. What's that sound? The bowl came loose. Okay. Ceramic bowl. Wonderful. We got it. Let's collect that blood. How the hell are you supposed to figure out? That you slit his throat? Okay, unless I know how to read these symbols. The blood's draining into the bowl. We got a bowl of blood like a psychopath. Whoa! Did you see that? His eyes opened. I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to do. Did you see his eyes open? I can't take another look. That was the thing that happened, right? I'm not just crazy. Okay, here's the issue. We have a bowl of blood, but I don't know why the fuck we got the bowl of blood. So I literally have no idea. Oh, do we use it on the desk? As you suggested. This is the wrong place, but I may as well save while I'm here. You feel blessed. Wait. I'm not crazy. Oh, thank you. Thank you for confirming my sanity. Sanity. Was it here? I think that's the first time someone's clipped me that wasn't myself. Okay. Seems like a pretty nice guy. That's terrible. Oh, this is the wrong desk. Is it up on the 3rd floor? I can't imagine that this game is a happy ending where we get away and just live a nice life. I don't think that's gonna happen. Nice. The blood sank into the marks. What can I use to print out the engravings? Maybe this? Making a print with a notebook. Got a blood print. Oh! Okay. Printed from the classroom desk. Written the symbols and numbers from Yi Ching, or the Book of Changes. An ancient Chinese divination text. A microcosm of the universe. A microcosm of the universe and a symbolic description of the processes of change. So 6. So 6 is the one that looks like a car. So here's what we're gonna do. It's car, duck, car, duck. Okay, it's car, duck, chicken burger that uses chicken fingers. So here, let me write this out for myself. Car, duck, chicken burger with chicken fingers as a patty. There we go. Perfect. We'll remember that. May as well save since we have made progress. Okay. Let's do this. Easy. We got this. Yeah, I get it. You're an X-Men. You're an X-Men. I get it. You're cool. Let's go. How much you want to bet it's just going to automatically input it? Car? Oh, is it an upside down duck? Oh, I passed it. Duck? Chicken burger with 2 chicken strips. Where are you? There we go. Click sound from the lock. Nice. Perfect. Oh, I didn't mean to go up. Let's go back down. What's over here? Nothing. Okay, I meant to go up. That's how you solve a puzzle. Doors boarded up. Can't get in. Doors boarded up. I think I'm hearing a spooky. A dim red glow emanates from the classroom. Oh, yes, red. I bet you that at some point this game is going to subvert our comfort in the... Oh, holy shit. If I know one thing about horror games, what they like doing is they like giving you a place that you feel safe. It's like a Pavlov's, like, whatever. Like the Pavlov dog thing, where it's like, it trains you to be like, this is safe. This is where I'm safe. And then later in the game, we're going to go to the red and it's going to kill us. And then it'll be like, ha, psych. Psych. You thought you were safe, but you're actually dead. They do that in a lot of games too. Like a lot of climaxes in RPGs. I won't say names just because I don't want to just give spoilers. But they're like, here's a safe zone where nothing bad ever happens. Like here's your camp where you talk to your party. And then like at the climax of the game, you get attacked. Oh, really? Is it? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. The class schedule has no use to me at the moment. Wait, are we safe? Is this guy on the other side of this thing? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, and it's a Red Candle Games. That makes a lot of sense. And look, we're holding a red candle. I just made that connection because I'm brilliant. I have the mind of a prodigy. Counselor's office. Oh, that's where we got the call to go to the counselor's office. I heard a spooky. I heard a spooky. Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe I was just stepping on glass. Okay. It's locked. What the heck? Oh, wait. Okay, that was weird. That was a thing that happened. I also don't like this room. This is not the lead. We saw this room, didn't we? But it was completely empty. There was no desk. Counseling record. Piece ripped off of counseling record. Age 17. Mother is a housewife. Negative, troubled attitude. Constant tardiness. Gradually improving, require follow-up. Encourage leisure activities such as reading. Signed by faculty member, counselor Chang Minghui, homeroom teacher Yin Sui Han, JROTC officer, and principal. Okay. So is that me? Wait. Wang Ming Chang. I'm guessing it's me. Oh yeah. Wait. Age 17. Oh, this is male. Oh, this is someone else. This is not me at all. And this is not Wei either. Okay, I don't know. Oh! Look at that! They say I should enjoy my youth, but I find it difficult. What happens after graduation? Where should I go? Will I end up like Mom? Stop worrying so much, Ray. Life moves on regardless. Be hopeful. At least this weekend's going to be... my bed. And you can hear your family fighting. I sleep much better on my own bed. It's quite foggy outside. I can barely see the roads. Someone clean the desk up for me, probably mom. I feel like there's no privacy in this house. There's a, if you are into like creepy horror, this just reminded me of something. There is a, like a Japanese one chapter horror manga by Junji Ito. If you're into like the horror realm of that at all, Junji Ito, you likely know his name. He's kind of the really well-known Japanese horror author. He has one called, I think it's called The Town with No Roads or something. It's one of my favorites of his like one-shot chapter things. I really like it. It's very odd, very unsettling. A well-built closet. It was part of mom's dowry. What? Mom's throwing my stuff away without telling me? Old photograph in the trash. A quote is written on it. Remember, hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. I hate it when she does this. They're fighting again. Feeling a bit sleepy now. I should go back to bed. I'll never get used to this. I thought earlier it said I could look at this, but then I read the thing on the desk and it didn't let me anymore, but I could be wrong. Go to bed? Yes. If a paper plane could whisk my dreams away from here, where I could wake up and find myself in a foreign land, to start a new life as a stranger to all. Oh, how wonderful that'd be. I got an achievement, foreign land. Oh, where are we? What the hell is going on? The dust has only just begun to form. The command post? Oh, you're right. I didn't even notice that. I was too busy making a song joke that was dumb. So, this is the middle of the field. Which way do I want to go? Our flagpole stand. The ropes keep knocking on the pole. Okay, let's go left. Let's go left. Sometimes the smallest decisions are the hardest. Because you want to go the wrong way. You want to explore the dead ends first. Yes, we went the wrong way. The field's collapsed here. Everything flooded into a river of crimson mud. There doesn't seem to be an end. Yeah, exactly. It's total game logic. I actually posted a video in my Discord of like one of Pro ZD's skits that really reminded me of that. Going all the wrong ways, getting all the sweet loot before you do this thing that's really urgent that you're supposed to do. The old brick building. We used to call it the Red House. The Japanese used this place as a barracks during their occupation. This is unsettling. The door's completely blocked. This should be the Puppetry Club's workshop. Puppetry Club? Jesus. You know, I'm just gonna say that every school, you know, they have the different clubs and cliques, and you know they have different status. Like, oh, if you're on the like basketball team, you're high status. There's no way Puppetry Club was high status. People are just like, oh, you're one of the puppet guys. A puppet theater on a hand-drawn cart. During summer break, the boys in class would use this as their battle tank. Unfortunately, they quickly broke the wheels. There's a note in the cart. Lantern Spectre. An illustration of the Lantern Spectre. If you chance upon the Lantern Spectre, avert your gaze and stand unmoving. When it comes near, still your breath, do not panic, and it will keep on moving. Yeah, we got new types of baddies. Pickle! Pickle, pickle, pickle. How's it going? Druish Princess. 5 Pickle Morning is my sister. She is the person who did the art that you complimented earlier. Rough day. And Druish Princess is, and also I think Menomori is still here. They are both streamers on this platform, and they are cool peeps. The glass beakers here are from our biology lab. They're holding puppets inside. Why would they put puppets in beakers of liquid? What the hell? Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Hey, Blue Jay, how are you doing? I'm doing well, thanks for asking. A large mass of puppets hanging from the ceiling. A brick furnace. I remember back then, Mom said she burned spirit money to bless our health with good fortune. I always thought of it as closer to dealing with the devil. So, to summarize this game, we're in a school, a dude died, then we slit his throat. That's what we've done so far in this game. That pretty much summarizes this game so far. Oh, yeah. I've got to watch that later. By the way, feel free to post that in the, there's a clips channel on the Discord. Thanks a lot. If you want. Why am I going downstairs first? I remember my... Oh, Jesus, no. Okay. We'll pretend we didn't see that. The door is locked from the other side. Have I explored all the way over to the right? I remember from my childhood when I played D&D with my family. Never go downstairs first, or else you will be awkwardly forced to have the weight of the world on your shoulders alone while everyone watches and you feel like a Save progress, yes. There's a note on the desk. Okay, black and white impermanence. According to legends, they are two ancient officials. During a routine inspection, misfortune befell them and they perished, trying to protect one another. The Lord of the Dead, seeing their loyalty, appointed them the duty of messengers of death. It was then that people who died would see them arrive and claim their souls. I do. Was it everyone except you? Or were you the one who got absorbed first? Whoa. So these are the messengers of impermanence or whatever. Oh, what the? Wait, can I just like look at this guy? Two figures are carved on the door. These are supposed to be guardians, but they look more like Hei Bai Wu Chang. Their hands look like they should be holding something. What could they be missing? Some herbs and a popsicle, I think. It's gotta be a popsicle. I think one needs an ice cream cone and the other needs herbs. Okay, we're going up. I don't want to deal with down yet. This goes up to the roof. I said I don't want to go down yet. The gate's locked. But see, like, down was creepy because I saw a freaking dude in a prison cell. But I go up, and now I'm hearing that Silent Hill-ass music. Roots are growing out of the seams. The door is completely blocked. A pungent, mossy smell permeates. That's true. This is the projection room. The media room. If we're lucky, we get to watch a movie as part of the lecture. It's also... I missed that. Oh well. It's great at something. I accidentally clicked. This is pretty cool. I might buy Devotion at some point. Oh, Jesus. The board's all moldy now. Oh, really? The slogan reads, oh, geez. Leave your death in the hands of others. Oh, that's really moving. An unmarked grave embedded in the middle of the room. Shouldn't be anything buried underneath. There are 3 unlit incense sticks here. Let's take it. Item received, incense. I wish I could read that. Well, I wonder if it will read it out to me. The grave of Wei Chung Ting. That was the dude who we slit the throat of, right? I hear there's actually a Detention, I believe there's a TV series of this game. Just so you guys know. A TV series or a movie? Oh, right. Wait, he already... Is the legacy of the deceased always just a mere rock? Okay. Okay. The slogan reads, patriotism demands of us sustained sacrifice. When did all this writing appear? Snitcher. Is this about an informer? I'm pretty sure I'm really getting the vibe that oh! There are various films on this rack. They seem to all be tangled together. The film in the media room is being projected from here. Our military education class often plays political propaganda. The instructor always has a million things to say about whatever happens in the film. Are there any other films I can play? Oh, I don't want to leave. Okay, so we're gonna get a film from elsewhere. I'm guessing with the light boys, we don't need to hold our breath as early as I did. I think we probably wait until he comes over and sniffs us, and then we hold our breath. That's my guess. Wait, we should probably save, right? Let us save. Have we died yet? We haven't died, have we? I mean, other than the character that we started out as who died and then we slit his throat, but that doesn't count. Yeah, so Pickle. So we started out as this other character, as this dude, and then we wake up as her, and he's hanging above us, and he, like upside down, dead. So later, I'm like, oh, we got a knife. Maybe we can cut him down. And instead, my character slit his throat open, and I have no idea why. I never saw any clue that was like, maybe you should slit this guy's throat, but I did, and I don't understand. A kneeling figure with a wooden token on its back. Can't really tell who it is with the hood on its head. Was it the Silent Hill movie that had the janitor guy, or that had the scene with someone bound up in the toilet and they had to grab something from its mouth? Or was that from something else? There's some horror movie that had that. Wooden stalks and shackles. A bit of dried blood on the edges. Wait. A kneeling figure with a wooden token on its back. Can't really see who it is with. Okay, so this is actually just like a straight up person. Nice of a school to have a prison in the basement. Kneeling figure, there's some blood on its hood. I have incense. Do I give incense to the boy upstairs? Is this another save point? No, it's not. Incense? I do as mom does, with incense in hand, ignoring the kinds of prayers she'd prefer. I ask the gods only for a way to live as myself. What was that sound? Probably a creepy boy. Uh-oh. The cell's empty. It smells like rotting plants. What kind of criminals do they lock up here? Probably communists. Or suspected communists. That is probably the answer. Maybe. Maybe. Who knows? I might just be jumping to conclusions because that's a theme of this game. Another kneeling figure. Where are they supposed to be? It actually might be the opposite of what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know. It's spirit money. There was something about burning spirit money. Okay, we got to go up to that thingy. A metal door. It's locked. What? Cell's empty. Where are you, sir? Where'd you go? Were you getting tortured? I feel like this incense isn't working as intended. Oh no. The prison gate is open. The wood token on the statue's back is loose. Oh boy. Oh, otherworldly spirits, I offer this spirit money to ask for your protection. That animation looked awesome. I like that. The fire went out. The furnace suddenly's gone cold. Is something in there? How can this be? It should have been reduced to ashes if it was inside. Feathered fan. Okay, I think we got what we need for the door. Oh, Jeebus. Oh, Jeebus. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? We're back at school? So we got what we needed for the door, and then a puppet just freaking got us. Can't look at this. Dang old puppet. This isn't back at the school as we saw it, is it? These human-like objects are filled with evil over time. Deal with them as with the lingered. Oh. Okay, let's get out of here. So hold your breath as you go by them. Foul thoughts gather and accumulate until they one day taking on something. They begin to twist into a monstrous storm. The glass beakers here are from our biology lab. They are each holding puppets inside. So we're gonna see a little ground boys, I'm guessing. The puppet theater on a hand-drawn cart. Fuck puppets. Was that thing always in the foreground, or is that new? You feel blessed. Okay. You get the lightsaber, and you get the... I did! I thought it was an underwhelming one. A chill air drifts inwards. I thought it was one of the more underwhelming humble bundles I've seen. There was nothing we got this time that really excited me at all. But hey, you never know. Like I think there's an adventure game that was supposed to be good. Actually, I try to remember what was even in it. I'm trying to remember what was even in it. Let's see. Recent games. Simulacra looked kind of cool. I don't remember. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that seemed okay. Yeah, I've heard Shenmue 3 or Shenmue 3, Shenmue, whatever. I've heard it's pretty bad. Now, that being said, I'm not going to take someone's word for it until I try it. Because I mean, we had the whole Final Fantasy 13 discussion, right? But yeah. I mean, it was hard to beat the bundle that had like Yakuza 0 and stuff like that. Like, there were some great bundles in the past. But it's still worth it. Still worth it. A copper statue of the president. It can be seen almost anywhere, from almost anywhere in school. Do you get the bundle that has that, like, the classic one that has all the games? The walls are pretty beat up. We'll probably collapse one of these days. A Japanese-built wooden building. The floors are always creaking. The teacher's offices are inside. If you are on the classic plan, you get all 12 games, and I think it costs less. Okay, cool. Because it was like a loyalty one. Speaking of which, I have to check out what the Epic Game Store's free game this week is. Yeah, that game actually looked like something I might try. But I'm not huge on those, but I have enjoyed some city builders quite a bit. I mean, the reality here's what I'm going to say just about that bundle. It's not that it's bad. It's just that it's a lot more games that aren't in my genres of choice, right? Like, I'm not really interested in playing a Formula 1 game at all. That doesn't mean it's a bad game. It's just very much not my thing, right? The music room. There's a piano inside. It was probably last used during our freshman chorus competition. What's that? What's that? Are we gonna get like a film or something? No. It's a creepy thing. Yay, creepy things. In the middle of the room hangs a bird cage. A puppet lies locked inside. It's got a hood on. I've never seen this style before. Yeah, there have been some really, really great months. There have been months where I would have played most of the games in the bundle. Like, they normally have, like, a car racing game. Like, they almost always have a car racing game, things like that. What's going on here? Oh. Oh, they give us a pentatonic. Yeah, so we have access to a pentatonic. Yeah. A lot of the like quote unquote Asian sounding songs that you're familiar with are based on this pentatonic scale. Like, I was gonna ask Pickle that Kang Ding love song. Kang Ding love song is also on it. And this scale is also very similar to the blue scale. So the blue scale is one extra note, just so you know. There's your how did that song go? I played a jazz version of that by the guy who was in chat here recently. Shining Resonance refrain. You know what I didn't realize? Shining Resonance is it's in the like Shining Force series. I didn't realize it was connected to Shining Force from like the Sega Genesis. I only found that out this past week. We have music class scheduled every semester. It's mostly used as a testing center now. Oh, was it? What was it? It was. Something like that. Or is that a different one? I don't remember. Whatever. The hallway light switch. Yeah, so anytime you see a movie that's trying to like signal like classical kind of like Asian vibes, they'll be using that scale. Can I stop breathing here? It's only when it sniffs. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, crazy. Yeah, I've seen some crazy games go for free on, wait, what do we have? Where are we even trying to go right now? I don't know. I've seen some crazy, oh, this is new. I've seen some pretty crazy games being given out for free on Epic Game Store. Like, a few weeks ago, it was Rage 2, which is like an $80 game here in Canada. Go this way first. The door's been unlocked. Oh. Wait a minute. This scene. Is it trying to remind me of something? Yeah, like that time that I slit the guy's throat. A pair of mannequin hands. Is it set up for a puppet play? Oh, Fairy Squad Mother! Wow, thanks for the raid. Hey, how's it going? Here, let me do a shout out immediately. Wow, thanks so much. How are you doing? Welcome, guys. Wow, thanks so much. Oh my gosh, thanks for all the follows, guys. Wayward Gear, Elliot Plays Games. Wow, I think you guys have basically brought us up to, like, we've got to be a hair from Evo Maniac 90. We've got to be like a hair from, oh, finished Portal 2. Awesome. Portal 2's, I love the Portal games. Honestly, I think that the Portal games are my favorite Valve games of all times. Hey, how's everyone doing? Evo, welcome. We're playing Detention. 99. Oh my gosh, we're a hair away from the 100. The 100 milestone. Thanks so much. Are we at 100? Did we just hit 100? Oh my gosh, thank you so much, guys. You've just, we were chilling at like 94 for a few days, and then you guys just like came in and just smashed it. Wow. Guys, if you're hanging out here, give Fairy Squad Mother a follow. Thanks so much. How did you Oh, really? How did you enjoy Portal 2? And there's also, you still have the multiplayer campaign, right? Seems like something is stuck inside the tree. So today we're doing our horror day, our Freaky Friday. Hey, that happens in Portal. Yes, today we are doing our Freaky Friday kind of horror-ish stream, and we are playing a game called Detention, which is really enjoyable thus far. I don't play a lot of horror games, but that's what I'm doing. By the way, while I'm here, oops, what have I done? What have I done? Here, I'm gonna pop over to this real fast, real fast. Just make sure okay, good. I'm already following you. Or oh, okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Yes, I've lately been playing the Ys RPG, like the Ys franchise. But today I'm doing some a spooky game. Tomorrow I'm playing AI Dungeon, which I play every Saturday, and then I'll be back to more Ys. But if anyone happens to be interested, I'll post this just because peeps are here. Basically, you know, usual shit. Twitter, Discord. If you're a streamer and you join the Discord, you're welcome to self-promote. We have a self-promotion channel, so you're totally welcome to post when you're streaming. And yeah, besides that, you know, just the usual VODs, all that crud. Yeah, so we're playing through Detention, which is a game by Taiwanese developer Red Candle Games. Very, very interesting. Seems like it's connected to Taiwanese history, although it says it's not, for reasons. You guys may have heard that Red Candle Games has had some troubles lately, as one of their games has been pulled from pretty much all stores. They have another game called Devotion. It's been pulled from Steam, Good Old Games, and stuff because of some kind of political conflicts with China. So, yeah, so they've had some problems, but it's really, really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I know CD Projekt Red came under fire because right after Cyberpunk, they announced that they were going to put Devotion back on their store. And then the same day, they were pressured out of it. They said by gamers. They said a lot of our gamers have expressed that they don't want Devotion on our store. But it seems like it's likely some political tensions. Oh, creepy light stuff. It's too dark to see anything. But these games are pretty beloved in the horror realm. This is a broadcasting room. There are some playback devices inside. That doesn't seem like it did anything. Let's check. Oh, it did. Oh, jump scare. Let's just wait here. Actually, you know what? We'll run. Screw it. Screw it. We haven't been in here, so we need to check it out anyways. A large 8-track player. It's usually used for school broadcasts. The power is connected. Do I just need to stick an 8-track tape in? Okay, so I can't press the buttons. It's just like analyzing it. Man, I've just got to say, Fairy Squad Mother, I don't know what the deal is with the past 2 days, but I have just, like, I normally sit around, like, you know, 2 viewers. The past 2 days, I've had crazy streamer support from people, like, from you and from, you know, people like Purple Bacon, Drewish Princess, Blue Jay, Foulmouth Scott, Clammy Games, all those guys. I'm really grateful for all you guys. I don't know what the deal is, but it's been a very nice couple of days. So I just want to express that thanks. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I seem to have oh, for sure. You're also a streamer, Wayward? You know what? I'm sorry for popping away from the game so much. But I'm going to give a follow right now. Just because if I don't do it now, I know I will forget. So just... Oops, did I unfollow? Did I follow? What did I do? I'm bad at this. So I'm popping in and out of the game, but I just getting it out of the way right now, or else it will lose my... Okay, a tree's grown through the wall. There are leaves all over the room. Moss grows on the door and windows. Oh, one more thing. Ooh. There we go. What's this? On the table are some broadcasting equipment. The speakers are emitting a small staticky sound. You can almost hear whispering. Wholesome. I'm not saying, I wouldn't say I'm the most wholesome streamer. I'm not the least wholesome, but you know. But yeah, I randomly basically got into it is, hey, let me confess something. This will likely make Fairy Godmother tell me to get out of my own stream. But I literally don't remember having curly fries in my life. I'm sure I did as a kid, but I have really not had curly fries. We don't really, I'm in Canada. We don't really see Arby's up here. I know Arby's is the go-to place for some good old curly fries. I really have had very few curly fries. I've had more waffle fries than curly fries. Oh, no worries. Take care, Evo. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a great day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do have those for sure, frozen. I just have never really gotten them much. What's this? Yeah, poutine. Poutine is the best. Poutine is amazing. But every time you go to a store, like in Canada, every place, like every fast food chain here has poutine. KFC has poutine with popcorn chicken in it. McDonald's has poutine with their French fries. Every place has it. What's going on here? The windows are covered in protective talismans. The only thing about poutine is adding anything extra to it, with a couple exceptions, makes it worse. People are always like, oh, let's do turkey poutine. Let's do poutine with butter chicken in it. It's always like, that sounds like a great idea. I have to pick up the receiver to dial. 1. How do I do this? Oops. 1, 1, 9. We got an achievement. I saw that that was an achievement in the Steam menu. Oh gosh. Okay. 6, 2, 3. Okay, that was nothing. I don't think we can use the phone yet. Oh, Fry Supreme. Oh, Fry Supreme is amazing. There's nothing important on the bookshelf. Oh, yes, Fry. It's almost like poutine, but it's like it's French fries that have basically taco toppings on it, like ground beef, like sour cream, stuff like that. There's nothing important on the bookshelves. The cabinet looks familiar. Oh, so we're in kind of like an otherworld version of what's his name? Mr. Cow's office, right? Because this is where they have the documents where they were like keeping a list of students. There's a key inside. So it seems like it's almost kind of doing the Silent Hill like normal world, Rust world kind of thing. I have never had that. Yeah, I haven't had a lot of the like big American places, you know. I know some I'm not missing out on. I hear places like White Castle are terrible. Or like IHOP. But yeah, I've never really had any of those. Never really had Denny's. Or any of the... What was that? The office is blocked off by a fence. Layers of barbed wire. Hope I don't get caught and tear my flesh. What do I have? I have a key. Roof key. Okay, we can use that now. 8-track tape. I don't even remember getting the 8-track tape. Let's use that now. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What have I done? You're allowed to unfollow. It's okay. We'll go back to 99. I'm not used to the big 3-digit life. I've gotten comfortable in my 2 digits. I don't know what to do. Okay. We have an 8-track tape. So is this like propaganda stuff? They've talked about a lot of like propaganda videos and stuff that are played for them at the school. This game isn't... Detention isn't on Steam? Unless it got pulled, I think it's on Steam. Let me check. If it got pulled, that's pretty crazy. Detention is on Steam. Or at least according to me. At least according to my, The spiritual successor is not on Steam. But the company is Red Candle Games. So if you go to their official site, you can buy you can buy Detention and Devotion. I have yet to buy Devotion. I hear it's awesome. Unless it's a regional thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things that it's Oh! I played this song on the piano for you guys earlier. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, well, how does this melody go? Do do do. Do 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 do. Wait, do 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 do. Is that it? Do 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 do. Okay, we can do that. 1, 2, 3. We got this. 1215. Oh, it's just playing it for us. So we don't have to remember it. Yeah, so what happened was basically Devotion was a very, very well received game. But both of these games are clearly somehow, even though they have disclaimers saying it's not, it says that they're oh wait, which floor is the piano on? The games are clearly connected to Taiwanese history and some of like the conflicts they've had and stuff. And in Devotion, they accidentally, allegedly, who knows, left in a meme where the you know, there was that meme that was banned in China where the leader of the government looks like Winnie the Pooh. So apparently that art was left in the game at some point, and they have basically since then banned the game, made it a mission to pull it off all markets, made it so you can't buy it because it's like you can't make fun of us, right? And so it's been this thing where the company's kind of been somewhat put in a really bad situation based on this, because but the thing is also all these other companies, like, what are they going to do? Say it's one of those things that's really complex, because on one hand you're just like you I don't know. It's one of those things that you understand that there's the financial thing that the companies are beholden to the shareholders and stuff. And if the Chinese market is just like, we're going to ban Steam here, or we're going to ban good old games here, that they're just kind of like, well, we need that money. That's a lot of money. And so they won't. So they'll just kind of give in. So it's just one of those situations. It's not this way. Where is the piano room? So this is the puppet room over here, right? So maybe it's up on the 3rd floor. I remember that there was a spooky light bulb guy here. Spooky light bulb guy, where are you? Hey there. Okay, so these guys we have to turn. Oh my good lord! Midnight Sherry! Holy crud! What's with the raids? Here, I'll shout you out in 1 second. I'll show you out once I get past spooky person. Oh my gosh, what's going on? The past 2 days are insane. What are you guys doing? Thank you so much. How are you doing? What were you playing today? Okay. Oh my lord. Oh my gosh. Here, let's put on some music while I'm doing my job. Yeah, like I think I've gotten like, I think I've gotten 2 raids ever, maybe in the past, maybe 2 or 3 raids, and then today I get 2 in a row. I think I just like stumbled on a crew of like super supportive, awesome people, and they're just being, you know, generally super supportive and awesome. And you know what? While we're here, I've just got to say, we have some people hanging out today. Oh, wow. Troldemort, thanks so much, man. I've just got to... Listen, we've got to go in shout-out mode. We've got to go in full... Thanks so much, Troldemort. Thanks a lot. We've got to go full shout-out like Oprah mode. You get a shout-out, you get a shout-out. So, Jewish Princess, or as I hear, as she likes to be called, Drewu, has been awesome and supportive and hanging out a lot and been great company. Mr. Troldemort, I've watched his stream. Oops, I typoed that. He has been just consistently awesome. Shout out KMJ Purple Bacon. Purple Bacon often hangs out with us while she's streaming, and she is super chill. I know that she has another account that she sometimes streams on too. And I don't think they're here. But let's give out our good other friends who have been just generally super supportive. So many shout outs right now. Oops, I can't do that right now because I'm shouting out way too fast. What have I done? This is the... can I change my category to shout out? Yeah, this music is from... what is it? Blue Jay Games? Is it Blue Jay Games? Blue Jay _ Games. Oh, dang. I don't want to mess this up. Yeah, I have no idea how Clammy does it. I think that might be right, but it might be Blue Jay Gaming. Oh, uh-oh. Let's see. Let's see, is this the right guy? This is not the right guy, but you can give him a follow too. You're welcome to give that guy that I've never met a follow too if you want. Blue Jay Gaming. Let's see, is this it? I'm terrible at this. I presume that's it. Foulmouth Scott. Have I forgot anyone? I'm sure I've forgotten many people. But there have been so many people. Oh, I put a slash. Oh, well, okay. We have just had really, really great luck with... honestly, I have to thank all these guys because, like, Blue Jay basically introduced me to Foulmouth Scott and Purple Bacon, and Foulmouth Scott, I basically met Clammy and Druish Princess and a bunch of people through them, and it's just been awesome because I've suddenly met all these cool people that have great streams that are fun to watch. Yeah, it's crazy. I've just... Actually, Troldemort, like, honestly, hang out with some of those guys. Like, they're all super supportive and awesome, and as are you. And I return... Yeah, there's just so many people on Twitch that are so chill and supportive. Yeah, I just dropped so many names. Okay, let's play a game. We got a game. We have to find a a piano. Yes, you are totally welcome to call me Curly. In fact, my name came from Curly Fry. I was called Curly Fry by someone called me Curly Fry once, and I went by Curly Fry, and then that name was taken, and I thought the Curliest Fry was really cute, so I went with it. Oh, cool. Let's see. Oh, really? Yeah, I've been watching someone named Alex Sappy, who's been doing some Nuzlocke too. Where's the piano? Nuzlocke seem like really, really hard. By the way, oh, dang. Well, I'm at it. I've pushed up chat so much. Midnight Sherry, what were you streaming today? Oh, you name all the Pokemon? So I know we can open this up, but I want to find the piano. This is Puppet Room, right? Where's the piano? Piano is not in here. I don't think. This is where the furnace was. Oh, really? Nice. Was it in the other building? Sorry, I got so like... Oh, there's so many shoutouts to do. Oh, it's got to be in this area, right? I like how it's playing it for you so you don't have to memorize it. If this was like Silent Hill or something, they would force you to memorize that shit and just hold it in your brain until you get there and write it down. Hey, Bumble, how's it going? Bumble is another streamer on this platform. I've just checked him out recently. I've heard very, very positive things about him. I've heard he's hilarious. I've gotten personal recommendations for him saying, you will love this guy. So I just subbed last night, but I only caught him at the very end of the stream. Oops. Have you noticed there's faces on this keyboard, it looks like? This is going well. I'm enjoying this. It's been weird. I'm going to avoid spoiling anything for you, but there's definitely been some interesting stuff happening. A metal sound comes from somewhere in the room. Yeah. Well, spoiler, none of these other keys work. Only the pentatonic works, so it's not that hard. Oh, Lord. Okay. Everything's fine. The cage door is open. Inside is a puppet. Oh, this game and their puppets. High five. A detached twisted hand. Fingerprints completely rubbed off. Okay. See you later. Oh yes, this game is definitely creepy. And the thing that I like about it is pentatonic, pentatonic, 5 note. High five it. You got to do the secret handshake. I like the horror games like this or Silent Hill, where there's some kind of metaphorical stuff going on in the background. And this game clearly has its share of, you know. Oh, geez. Oh, Lord. Oops, I didn't mean to run away. This game clearly is referencing some shit. A metal door inside. There might be another way around. There's no way in hell I want to go in there. Although I think in the opening video we saw those eyes. Or the office is blocked off by a fence. There's a barbed wire. So I think we want to go up to the 4th floor now, or the roof, I mean. But let's just check this out. Was this always open? Have we been here? We have been here. Okay. We have to remember that there's a phone that we'll need to call later. I like how we basically tried to call 911 earlier and we got an achievement like, did you really think that was going to work? It's also the other thing that's been funny about the past couple days with people hanging out is one of the things with my stream is that I've only been getting like oh, take care. Have a great evening. Thanks so much. Thanks again. Yeah, I hope you enjoy your night, enjoy your dinner. Take care. I'll be sure to see you soon. The thing that's been interesting about like the support crew lately is I've basically been able to get most viewers when I play AI Dungeon, and then everything else is like low viewers. But I really want to go variety, you know, and just kind of play a wide variety of stuff and not just play one type of thing. So it's been interesting the past 2 days just playing like RPGs or horror games and getting those numbers. Oh, a little running person. And it's all because there's some pretty cool peeps. Oh, someone died. Bloodstained film. Oh, okay, we can now watch a movie. I wonder if that body is going to be in the yard below. Yeah, AI Dungeon's fun, but I find I get, because it's kind of like trying to write stuff that you want to both be funny, but also, like with AI Dungeon, you want to be funny when you play it, but you also don't want to just be random, and you want it to kind of feel like a full story, and so it can sometimes give you a little bit of mental burnout when you play it a bunch. Oh. Oh! So we're gonna get 2 puppets, I bet. There's gonna be another one. So, wait, what did I just say we needed to do? What just happened? We had to go in some room. What do we have? Oh, we got the film. We got the film. Was that up a floor? Yeah, we're now seeing the thing where as a streamer talking to chat and then coming back to the game and being like, wait, what was the stuff I was doing literally right now? Okay. Are there any other films I can play? Why, yes, there is. I wonder what's contained in this film. Yeah. I'm normally fine because it's normally kind of straightforward, but this is pretty, like point and click adventure. So with these guys, you have to look away and not move. And then when they get close, you have to hold your breath or else he will sniff you out. So right now I'm going to hold my breath. And then he'll walk past. My character's going to start getting dizzy. And I'm going to breathe. Okay, see you later. $25. Oh, okay. So this is going to be the number we call, right? 1, 2, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 1? 025121? Is that it? If that guy farted, I guess it'd be a game over. What if I farted right as he leaned over and sniffed? That would be good too. That could be the counter. Wait, 025121. That was it, right? 025 1 2 1. Sounds good. Now we're going back to the... Wait, where are we going? Where's the phone? Oh my gosh, my mental map. I think it's floor 1. Yeah, it's got to be. Because this isn't analog to the previous place we've seen. So I think it's here. I was wrong. It's not here. To be fair, Bumble saved it. Listen. We had one stream that got way too highbrow. The Witness stream was way too highbrow. It was like art analysis. I'm like, well, you see, Jonathan Blow, the death of the author, blah, 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 blah. And then the next stream, I'm like, let's play Fingered. Let's play a game that's literally called Fingered. We're feeling way too intellectual. We have to play a game called Fingered and just only do fingered jokes. See, I'm afraid of being pigeonholed. I can't be the highbrow one, so I have to go lowbrow. I can't be the lowbrow one, so I have to go midbrow. I don't know what midbrow is. Where the heck is the phone? It's not down here. There's no way it's down here. Maybe it's in the, are you saying the Witness one was the best? Or the random as heck, the 4 random games one? I like that one just because I beat 3 games that stream, and I like putting things as completed games because it makes me feel like I've accomplished something in my life. I'm judging my personal life value based on how many games I've completed on stream. I wonder what the point of that A track was. We never figured out what the puzzle with that was. We just put in an A track and listened to it. 025121. Oh, eyeball room. Oh yeah. Yeah, that one because someone talked me out of playing that at one point because they're like, this is not a good stream game. And then one day I just decided to play it, and it was actually one of the best. So, oh, I have to pick up the receiver. I don't know how phones work. 0, 2, 5, 1, 2, 1. Hey, Menno. Miss Fang, your country appreciates your assistance. What's left is only the dial tone. What the heck? Oh, what's that person? Is that like a bag of bodies behind them? Thank God that creature with all the hands does not know how to open a door. By the way, when I was giving the shoutouts, when I was giving all those shoutouts earlier, Minnow Mori's hanging out. Minnow Mori's a streamer. What am I doing? What am I doing? There's nothing important on the bookshelf. So what did us doing that accomplish? What did awakening the big creepy person... Oh, yeah, no worries. What did awakening the big creepy person... Oh. We got a puppet. Let's go to the puppet place. How do we get past Big Creeper? Silent Hill must be a Japanese developer, right? It's gotta be. I'm trying to remember who did it. Was it Konami? Yeah, because they were doing... Yeah, because they were going to do Silent Hills with Kojima. Right. Oh, you gotta go to Puppet Place. Gotta go to Puppet Land. Yeah, I really wish all the Forbidden Siren games were translated to English, because holy crap, would I play those games on stream and poop myself. Those games are crazy. The puppet with the hood over its head. Its attire gives me the feeling of familiarity. Yeah, they really are. We got a key. A key fell out of the puppet's body. What area? A basement key. Okay. I was going to say, what area have we not been? Or where is there a locked door? But it told us. Used in the Red House basement. Yeah, I've never really played the Fatal Frame games at all. But I've always heard that they're like freaking amazing. Man, I literally don't think I've seen a game as scary as some of the Siren games, though. And one of the Siren games had one of the most unbelievably amazing levels in gaming ever. Oh my god. But I don't want to tell you guys, because if I tell you, it will spoil this amazing level. So I just want you to know that there's a level in this game that is one of the most brilliant levels ever, and I can't tell you. Yeah, there was like Forbidden Siren 1 and 2 for PS2, and then I think they remade Siren 1 on PS3 called Siren Blood Curse, and I think that game was brought over into English. So I think yes. So Siren Blood Curse is a remake of Siren 1, and I believe that Siren Blood Curse might be the one that has the crazy level that I was referring to. Siren Blood Curse, I mean. So it is something that you could realistically play, and so I don't want to spoil it because it's so amazing. But yeah, like in those games, there will be a level where you literally play like a 4-year-old girl, and if any of these things see you, you're just dead. So you like can't be seen. It's so intense. It's locked. The door has been unlocked. Oh, the A-track gave us the key to the piano puzzle. That's what it did. Yeah, I back in the very, very, very early days of like video game like Let's Plays and stuff. One of the places that Let's Plays really started was a forum called Something Awful. And so I actually explicitly got an account to that just to watch the Let's Plays. And someone played the 2 Japanese Siren games and translated it all. So I've watched both of those games because someone translated playthroughs of it, which are probably on the like LP archive. So they can't really be played if you're an English speaker, but they can be watched through this playthrough. Presuming they still exist. Back in those days, people used like other streaming services like Blip TV. Wei, thanks for doing this for me. Not at all. I'm always willing to help if you ask. Though, I'm sorry to have to drag you all the way to my classroom. It's okay. My classroom has individual studies now. It'd be a bother if we were here. I do wear... Well, Justin TV... Justin TV became Twitch TV, right? Yeah. Because I used to watch a site that was... It got so fucked up. It was like... It was a... You watch it out of morbid curiosity. There was a site, it still exists now, but it's nothing now. It's called Battlecam, and it was terrible. Oh my god. The stuff that people did on there was awful. And actually, if you guys have seen DJ Keemstar, there's videos about DJ Keemstar about like, look, this guy says some awful, 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 horrible stuff. Here's a video of it. That video is from Battlecam, and I saw it live, and it was like, what the hell? Yeah. Some of those, man, back in those days, like, there was just some shit. There was some stuff that was not good. Yeah, oh my god. It's okay. Oh, by the way, Bumbleworth, I have a feeling we're probably going to be hitting some big plot spoilery stuff. So if you do want to not ruin this for yourself, I have a feeling that right now might be a good time to stop paying attention. I'm just... But... Otherwise, I'll keep going. It's okay. My classroom has individual studies now. It'd be a bother if we were there. You're sure nobody else knows about these meetings, right? Of course, miss. Absolutely not. One thing, though. This book list is quite sensitive and material. Please be careful with it. Thanks for the reminder. I know reading these books could be trouble. But it should be our freedom to pursue knowledge, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that. In fact, I think Miss Yin also said something like that before. I think you're just like her. You're both courageous and talented. You think we're alike? I can't compare to her anyways. She's the principal's daughter, and they're known to be a family of successful scholars. It's okay. I believe she thinks highly of you. I remember she gave your work a nice compliment once. She said, "Strengthen thy wings, the sky's the limit." She really said something like that? Strengthen thy wings, the sky's the limit. Is that what we saw on the postcard, or was that something else? That was in our room. Hey, let me ask you a question. I see Miss Yin and Mr. Chang chat a lot. Do you maybe know what kind of relationship they have? I remember seeing that somewhere before. I can't remember if that's what it was. Whoa, look at that. That transition. Oh. A paper bag left behind by Wei. Book club reading list. I've been weak, but you once told me the pen is mightier than the gun. Book club reading list. Without proper use, I could use this unassuming list to practically destroy those in my way. Weird. What the heck? So, prediction, theory. We've heard that the book club was reading prohibited books, which I presume are books about communism and stuff. Yeah, that is definitely not a book. We saw that the principal was keeping a list of students, and we saw Miss Yin get pulled out. So I'm guessing that the book club was sharing ideas of like communism and stuff like that, and that they were kind of on like a commie hunt. And I'm guessing that my character was hung to death and I'm in limbo. That is what I think is going on. Oh, is this the other side where there were all the eyes? Is this where there were all the eyes watching? Yeah, the reason why I told Bumbleworth that he might want to bail right now, yeah, right, is I looked on how long to beat, and it seems like this game is between 3 and 4 hours. So I think we're probably getting near some sort of like climactic stuff in the later game. But you never know. Streaming, when you're reading and talking to chat, things often take a little bit longer. So who knows? Who knows where we are in the process? So some of these... Okay, no. Where's the jump scare in the mirrors? Oh, look at that. Miss Yin? What are you doing over here? As a teacher, I always show concern for students who are a little rebellious. Remember what you did? What? Have you forgotten, or do you not want to remember? You... Just a harmless piece of paper, right? Indeed, I had to die. He had to die. And many other students had to die. Was it you? You just keep causing me trouble. You're driving me crazy. Sometimes when you trip up, you're never able to get back up again. How dare you? This is all because of you. You ruined everything. If you had a problem, why couldn't you have come to talk to me instead? Shut up! If you were just gone, none of this would have happened or something. Oh, lordy. I don't like Mondays. Okay. If you weren't here, it would all be well. All would be well. So I killed her with a reading list. Yeah. So, I think, so clearly we didn't have a gun. We had a reading list in the past, and so I guess we probably tattled on her or something over this reading list of prohibited materials, and that got her killed and students killed in the book club or something. That is probably what happened. This looks trippy as hell. Justice Cheng Wang. Mom likes to bring all her worries and concerns to you. Something I think is fruitless, but sometimes there's no help. There's no one else to look to for help. My hands together in silent prayer. Here are my questions. I, Fang Rei Shin, invoke your guidance. Will I be able to live a simple life with loved ones and family? Yin Po, the crying answer. Do not seek what cannot be. Ah, this was just a humble request. You can be so cruel. Then I shall also ask about prospects. Will I be able to live my life by my choices and follow my heart down my own path? Yang Po, the laughing answer. So, I can only face reality obediently and wait until God knows when. Do I have any other choice? I also ask about family. Will my parents who quarrel and fight have a second chance together? Yang Po, the laughing answer. You cannot cry over spilt milk. Is that so? But that was my family. My mom and that person. We used to smile and laugh together. Do I ask for too much? Is life just a never-ending bitterness? Or is it all just me? Divine answer. So, it is because of me. Damn. Damn. Youth is hardly ever given a choice, pushed through the grinds until their innocence fades away. I've become a wooden horse on the carousel of life, a jumbled mess of lifeless emotion. Infused with frantic energy, I spin ever faster. Is the audio of people whispering? Am I walking slower than I was before? I think I am. Okay, let's save. We definitely need to save, because a lot of stuff has happened. This is heavy, though. Man, this is heavy, heavy, heavy. A radio? Seems like the static in the room is coming from this. Maybe I can get something if I tune it a bit. The atmosphere in this room has changed. Interesting. Is this the same as my bed? Whoa! This is my bedroom, but upside down. Crazy. A ceramic piggy bank. Broken up for one's desires. So I'm guessing there's two versions of this world I can go to. Oh, and we're back here. That is a cute-ass piggy bank. A ceramic piggy bank. Big round eyes, waiting to be fed. Okay, here's what I wonder. Okay, so there's 3 different iterations of this room. An old door, the door's locked. Okay. So. Someone's home. So the little I know about Devotion, this scene reminds me of Devotion. So I'm guessing there's certain themes that might be close to home for the developers. I don't know. There's no way to go into the past anymore. I feel like Mom's always been a traditional housewife. She doesn't complain, even when wronged. I really don't like that. Back then, besides the New Year's, Dad never drank at home. I miss the days when he had jokes and stories to tell. I can't see anything through the window. What else could this be? Where else could this be? Huh. Dang. Let's check this out first. Oh, red eyes. I saw that. Pictures of Mom, Dad, and I. The eyes have been rubbed off. Okay. I can't move them or anything. What's this supposed to mean? What's this supposed to mean? Okay. Oh, and look, a glass juice cup. It glows with dull melancholy. Filled glass juice cup. So it's kind of paralleling when we slit the dude's throat. Except instead with our tears. The door's locked. A strange quote on the door. Meet the right person at the right time. Well. Yeah. Someone definitely had some home troubles. Oh, feed me. Let's pour in some of my oh, we can't pour in our eye blood. Okay. No eye blood for us. While we're at it, let's save. I feel blessed. I definitely don't feel blessed in game. Now there's this whole dial that's not being used at all. Okay. Let's explore the upside down house. There's a puddle of clear water on the ground. So do we die? Whoa, look at the footprints. This looks like a prison cell. I wonder. So let's pour this here. There's a puddle of clear water on the ground. Okay, let's turn the light off and it will probably glow. Yes. Well, this is unsettling. A note on the floor. Ad for private investigator. Husband cheating, comes home late. We specialize in tracking people. This looks like an ad for a private eye firm. I like the picture at least. I really love the art direction that they're doing. It says so much with like how she's laying with respect to him. Back then, laying in bed, I could hear mom and dad chatting through the walls. They had such a bond back then. I don't know when their idle chatter turned into deafening silence. Later, dad only came home when he got roaring drunk. Mom always huddled in the corner trying to hide her tears. Hmm. Three clocks. None of them are running, but it looks like I can turn the hands. These also don't have eyes on them. The teacher's desk. On it are plenty of assignment papers. Oh, this looks like it's a reverse. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Never mind. Ignore me. What happens if we go back over to the left and leave? We have to go through that puzzle again. No, we don't. Okay. So let's look through my notes real fast. Save progress. Let's also check this door again. The door is locked. I don't think there's anything over here. Okay. What have we gotten? Ad for private eye, photograph. Okay, it's probably none of this stuff is going to be important. None of that stuff is going to be essential. Let's see. And none of this stuff either. Okay. So, we'll go back to this time. Let's see what's over here. We'll check our good old piggy bank again. Wants to get fed. Waiting to be fed. There's no way to go into the past anymore. So we're probably done with this room too. Unless this is unlocked. Meet the right person at the right time. Oh! 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 So like 3:30 and like whatever time that is. Something 30. Like 7:30? 3:30 and 7:30? Okay, the tiers were the clocks. That makes sense. I wonder what the significance of the syringes is. And those look like hospital walls. So 3:30 and 7:30. So does someone pass away? So we're gonna say 3:30 and it's like that. Wait. I don't know. I don't know. Three clocks, none of them are running, but it looks like I can turn the hands. Oh. Did something happen? Did something just happen? You can't turn back time, it said, or something. I forget what was over here. Oh, right, the teachers thing. So I'm guessing we'll know. I'm guessing we won't need to come here until we figure out the other part. Okay, let's go back to the clock, the room which shows us the info, and I'll take a picture of it. 'Cause I'm messing something up here. Let's see. I'm gonna take a closer look. Maybe my character needs to register it mentally. What's this supposed to mean? That looks like 3:30 and like 7:30 to me, but okay. I took a picture on my phone. And I don't know what this one is gonna mean. Well, 7:30 would be when school starts, 3:30 would be when school ends, right? Yeah. So that's the duration of the school day, right? Assuming it's the same as like here. So we're gonna say 7:30 to 3:30. Maybe I placed it 2 in the middle of 7. We'll see. Oops, what am I doing? There we go. Oh, I did it back. Wait, no, I didn't do it backwards. What am I talking about? I'm just crazy. So, I wonder how accurate it needs to be. It probably doesn't need to be perfect. I'm sure it has a degree of error. 3:30, that's got to be right. Oh, maybe I have to flip it around though. Maybe I have to flip it around, but we'll see. I'm going to try something weird. Okay, that doesn't seem like it's going to be the answer. Was that just a confirmation that something happened? I just heard a sound. Did something happen? Or was that just part of the soundtrack? Oh, it's just part of the soundtrack. Ah. The soundtrack sounded so much like something was shifting. I just had an idea. Let's see if this works. Bear with me. If this works, this is a complicated puzzle. Okay. So the man was face down this way. So if we treat it like we rotate the picture in the correct direction, if we rotate it by 90 degrees, instead of being 330, it would be 645. And the mom was rotated upside down. So she would be like 1 or 2 o'clock. It worked. That's a pretty good puzzle. Okay, I like it. That's a pretty cool puzzle. That seems like the first real puzzly puzzle. Oh, okay, so he was having an affair and she hired a private eye, right? One day, Dad came home inebriated and tripped at the front door. I couldn't stand seeing him on the ground all the time, so I went over to give him a hand. Besides the stench of smoke, there was another smell. A faint smell of powdered makeup. Okay. I tell you one thing about especially when you pair it with streaming, when you stream, I mean, granted we weren't on that one for that long, so it was fine, but sometimes when you're streaming, on one hand, getting stuck on a puzzle, you're like, oh no, what am I doing, I can't leave people while I'm stuck on this. But then when you solve it, it's like, ah, there we go, that's sweet relief. The teacher's desk. On it, there are plenty of assignment papers. Oh, yeah. And you're doing like point and click adventures soon, right? Like tonight? So there's going to be plenty of that feeling to go around. I've done one dating sim, Troldemort. I played Dream Daddy. And I successfully dated, I think his name was Robert. Well, I guess I didn't successfully date him, really. But I got the good ending. Robert was the only choice. We all know that. Actually, there was another guy who was okay. The coffee shop dude was fine. Ceramic piggy bank. I wonder if the door's unlocked. I want to go back to the other time to see. But... oh, do you know what this song is? This song is, Largo by Dvorak. Do, 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 do. Yeah. From the Symphony for the New World. If I could go to the piano. It's like do 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 do. You know what? Let's see. It'll be hard with a playing. Yeah. Anyways, you're hearing it in 2 keys right now, which is really weird, I'm sure. But yes, I recognize that song. We got it. I'm glad I could play it at 2 keys and 2 tempos at the... ooh. 2 keys and 2 tempos at the same time. Yeah, very, very great symphony. Whoa, this looks awesome. This is trippy as heck. I love it. Oh my gosh. Boo, boo, doo, 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 doo. Okay. I've received your paper plane. I was truly worried you were still having trouble at home. But it looks like my concern was slightly unfounded. Like the white daffodil, you are innocent, vain, and candid in nature. Perched beside a pond in snow white, admiring your reflection. Being different from others can be a tough way to live. But I think I can understand that feeling. You said you want to learn more about my time abroad. All I can say right now is that my past is rather complicated. Unfortunately, many horrible things have happened on this land in the last decade. Believe it or not, our society wasn't always like this, oppressive and cold. Perhaps we should take a stroll down the boulevard on the weekend. There are things our censored textbooks don't mention, but are definitely worth knowing. Receive paper plane. Can we read it? Toss my worries out and receive your guidance. Added to journal radio station 103.0. Okay, we're gonna get to go to a new time. But first, let's save. Hmm. Is there a piggy bank here? I don't see it. Wow. This is trippy. I really am loving the aesthetic going on. I didn't picture this game going in this direction at all. Huh. Huh. Is that the private eye? Hmm. Hmm. Right, left, nothing. What's going on here? The knob turns, but the door won't budge. A strange quote is on the door. Follow that shadow in the dark, then you will be closer to the truth. Follow that shadow in the dark. Do we keep these off? Or what do we do? This is probably a switch puzzle, right? So. Follow that shadow in the dark. Right. Left. I don't know what we're supposed to do here. Oh, okay. We got it. We got this. We got this. Nice. That's cool. Father's study is always neat and tidy. He always gives off an air of seriousness with a little bit of his own humor. I drew this when I was little. It was always kept even when we moved the furniture around. Oh, the thing on the wall. Okay. My character's slow walking. A coin. Yay, we can feed the piggy bank now. The theater's ticket counter. Is this going to be locked until we get the money? Okay. So I think we know what to do. I think we know what to do here. This goes to our bedroom now, I'm guessing? Yes. So. We go over here. We feed our friend. Put the coin in the piggy bank. Ceramic piggy bank, big round eyes waiting to be fed. Okay, so we fed him. Now we jump ahead to here. And we get our a thing back. We get a ticket. Received a movie ticket. Perfect. Then we go over here. And we go here. And we save. And I presume this is locked. So now we go and see some spooky shit. Whoa! What in the world? I feel like this is like some vaporwave dreamland. Or Nightmare Lands. Have you guys ever heard of the PlayStation 1 game called LSD Dream Emulator? That was some weird shit. Oh god, look at that. Oh, look at all the faces, all the smiles. The theater's ticket counter. Here, 1 second. Good day. We hope you enjoy your movie. I gotta do something real fast. Welcome back. Speaking, does this seem like a vaporwave nightmare to you? Look at this. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I don't know why you're disappointed. I feel like I totally delivered on that statement. Was it not 90s enough? Was it too, like, whatever decade this is? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's because it's, like, somewhere between the 40s and 60s. Aw, it's that person. I feel like I'm saying aw, but I definitely shouldn't be saying aw. But yeah, I definitely should not be saying aw. No. No. Item received. White. Okay, so we were having a intimate relationship with our teacher. We got our necklace back, though. So, we have... Ooh. A note on the floor. Search warrant. A search warrant issued by the district court with a list of public officials involved in a bribery scheme. When I went home that day, father had already been taken away. I asked mom what happened. She got quiet and replied, Dad got his hands dirty, but he'll live. Hearing this, I felt as if she was smiling underneath. Take care, Wayward. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Thanks a lot. Nice seeing you. And I hope you have a great evening and a great stream whenever your next stream is. Take care. Assignment book. A reasonable excuse to enter the counseling office. So we went to the counseling office last time. We were asked to go to the counseling office and got chased away by Big Creeper. So. I'm guessing we go to the main place, but I'm going to just check here first. Yeah, I think we're going to go to the main place now. Altar for praying. We'll save. Let's go here. Is this open now? It's locked. What if we use this? Doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm wrong. I am wrong. My theory is wrong. So, okay. So we have an assignment to enter the counseling office. Oh, so which place is connected to the school? Some of these had a school, right? So is this the movie theater? Oh. Okay. What? It says I can interact with it. We put this here? This doesn't do anything. Put this here. This doesn't do anything. I doubt I put this here. I doubt I put this here. I'm going full adventure game. Why can I interact with that? So they said to throw the thing away, right? Toss away my worries to receive guidance. And... so, I don't know what the purpose of the pendant is for at the moment. Attached and dependent on it. Can't see anything out the window. Where did it say where would she be? Where else could this be? This doesn't do anything. I can't toss that out of the window. Okay. Can I interact with this window? I cannot. Let's jump time. Is this the counseling office over here? Well. Oh, toss at the pond or something, it said? Oh. This is definitely some trippy shit. Actually, let's just talk. Let's just look at this normally. The teacher's desk. On it are plenty of assignment papers. Okay, that's probably the assignment, but let's try this first. Doesn't do anything. Okay. Miss Fang. The counseling process is nearing its end. I'm glad you're back on track. And hopefully won't be needing me anytime soon. Well, if there isn't anything else, you should return to class now. So this is a scummy dude. I still have plenty of assignments to look at. Oh, okay. So let me guess. Let's get this straight. That teacher was having an affair with you, his student, under the guise of counseling you. And then at a certain point, he's like, fuck off, go back to class, your counseling is done. And he was hooking up with was it Miss Yin? With your teacher? So I think that he then started dating your teacher. And so you basically exposed her and got her killed with the reading list. So she took an interest in you as a student, and was exposing you to prohibited works of literature, as was he. And you basically, I think, to get revenge on your jealousy, you basically got them killed, or I believe. I think that's what's going to have happened. Counseling records. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. It's over. No matter what's been written on here, there is only farewell. Oh, Lord. Well, it makes sense for motivation, even though it's... Oh. This door looks different than it did before, or the lighting did, right? This room looks different now. Maybe it didn't. Maybe that was just in my head. Okay. Oh, this is different. Let's save right now. So that door's open now. This radio is dead. So we have our counseling confirmation, we have our necklace, and we have our pendant, and we have our paper airplane. Doesn't do anything. I think it's going to be the pendant, but I'm going to test this out. Oh, a glass cup of nauseating color overflowing with the stench of human corruption. Plates and cups clash against the walls as Father's voice roared through the halls. After a series of curses seething, all that's left is Mother's weeping. Our family was once sweet together, healthy and caring when we gathered. And now, every night a restless sleep, every morning hard to wake. So it goes on day by day, the anguish digs ever deep. I was shattered into countless pieces, mirroring the crumbling of a familiar world, in a state of ceaseless decay, plunging into a river of despair, floating in limbo for the rest of our days. Damn. This game did something really weird, which is, I mean this in a good way, but I feel like half of the game was like horror, and the second half was tragedy. That's really what I feel like. With a horror skin on it. Anticipating when we meet, footsteps ever quick and slight, roaming through the neon forest, strolling past the dazzling lights. I've become a little lark, brushing past the pretty flowers, chasing all the playful butterflies. I glide merrily by your side. I've been an actor in our play, long before the curtains rise. Being held is ever comforting, longing for your love embracing, listening to your many whispers, feeling each other's tranquil breathing. The white deer walked into my grasp. What a pleasant surprise, what a turn of fate, I want to keep this moment in my palms for eternity. Did the guy give us the necklace? So, presumably, we needed counseling because we were not going to class and shit because we had a broken home and we were not coping with it well. And he became our counselor and took advantage of us. And we sought that like comforting and love or whatever. Meanwhile, he was getting what he wanted from us, so to speak. I'm guessing we got that pendant from him, maybe? Or maybe she said she got that from the mom. I don't remember. All of a sudden, we stopped meeting. You became distant bitterly, colder than the sun could melt. Air around you freezing instantly, and my frozen body's beating heart, with each pulse tearing itself apart. Again, I'm left in abject solitude, in a house that I call home, in a space that I call school, a walking corpse whose mind's without a sense of loss that's drowned with doubt. God damn. Chang Ming Hui, we need to talk about this. Miss Yin, it's not necessary to raise your voice like that. Why can't I? What were you thinking, going after a child like that? Child? I was already studying abroad at her age. She's old enough to know what she wants. So what now? Will you lead her down this forbidden path? She only needs a push in the right direction. Not for you to wrap your arms around her. This is our private matter. It's none of your business. How is it not? You're stuck in your little romance. Did you forget about us? We were already in the same boat. Don't you forget. A painful recollection. My soul is shattered into pieces. And I cannot put myself back together and forget everything. I open my eyes and welcome a barren world. Well, my prediction was wrong, that's for sure. My initial prediction. So I guess we probably hung ourselves from the guilt. Is that what happens? We're translucent here, I think. I think we can see through our body. Oh! So this is in modern times now. We're a ghost, and this is now, I think. Like, decades have passed. Altar for praying. Our life would vanish, but not our guilt. I am you, yet you are not me. It's the sin that makes you linger in this realm. Memories like mirrors reflecting the true likeness of your soul. In a world full of pain and suffering. Bang Rei Shin, what do you fear the most? Believe that we are all born free. Eager to walk on your own path. And afraid of losing yourself. You are me. Hmm. So were we stuck in here unless we swapped to the other form? Yeah, like there's a mattress there, so there have been people squatting here. Man. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Well, I'm glad it was just a creepy-ass, sad game. Oh, wait. Did we jump off a building? Because we saw the girl jump off, right? Was that us? The door is blocked by an unknown force. I mean, like, here's the thing. The hanging makes sense because we saw the kind of broken neck reflection and also the chair. But it's either, I think it's either a hanging or a stepping off the roof. Let's see, can we hold our breath? We can't hold our breath. So I think that means we don't have death threats right now. Oh. The bonfire of hope is almost depleted, diminishing in the wind. Some of the book's contents might conflict with your everyday thoughts. But this material will help you engage in reflective and independent thinking. Well, let's call it a day. I do want to remind you all again to never mention the book club to anyone else, for that might put yourself and others in great danger. And Wei, I'd like to ask you a favor. Yes, Miss Yin? Is it about the new books? I've already given the list to Mr. Chang. He said the shipping company won't help us anymore, but he'll figure something out. The government is enforcing restrictions on all imports. Soon, the book club might come to an end. Miss Yin, why are things like this? I'm sorry, Wei. There's nothing I can do either. Oh, just one more thing before you go. Mr. Chang never brought us any of these books in the first place, right? Huh, I know I can always count on you. Clipping, blacklisted to return home for burial. Half a century in exile, blacklisted to return home for burial. During the period of martial law, Miss Yin Sui Han was a wanted political fugitive. She was lucky to evade arrest and left the country only to be blacklisted. She traveled the world fighting for human rights and freedom of expression, but unfortunately died of lung cancer at the age of 50. Her last wish was to somehow return to her hometown. Now this wish can be achieved with the lifting of martial law. I really like the aesthetic of the metaphor of all the eyes on the walls, just like being in a society where you can't have freedom of thought and everyone's watching you basically to like keep your thoughts and stuff a secret, or else a penalty of imprisonment or worse, you know. It's pretty heavy. Doors block. Oh wait, that's the way we came from, right? We came from the right. Is this where we just were? Did I just do a big old loop? I don't remember. Maybe. Yes, I was just here. Well, the way forward is the path to your past. However, the road ahead is crumbled. Lead me anywhere, and I will follow you like a shadow. The door handle is broken. I can't get in. We're gonna have to burn something there. It doesn't say we can interact with it, so I don't think we are going to burn anything there. Because normally we can inspect this stuff. Oh. Oh, look at that. The sliding door is wrapped in barbed wire. Oh! So we're seeing the other versions of ourselves throughout the game. Can't open this door. Are we going to see our shadow behind us? No. What animal is that sound? Is that like a bird? What is that? Okay. Who could be calling at this time? I think we've got to be close to the end. But yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. I think I messed up just now. I think I messed up. So I gotta get her over here, right? Can't get through there. Then do I need to loop around and open the door? Is that what I need to do? Yeah, no, I definitely get the feeling that we're getting there. That we're probably in one of the last kind of areas. Because I feel like we've pretty much gotten the complete story, the complete-ish story, except for what happens to my character. So it would make sense that it would be wrapping up, I assume. The atmosphere of this game is amazing. Oh my gosh, you have another Goats. Timid Goats, hello. One of our longtime viewers in this room was named Goats on Boats. Huh. Is there a way... Remember when you enrolled, so full of passion, participating in every school activity, showing off your academic abilities, grabbing the attention of your peers and teachers. Then things took a turn for the worse at home. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, I misread. Oh, I misread. Sorry. Yes. I get all the goats. I get all the greatest of all time. Like you, Druish Princess and Troldemort and Goats and Pickle. Okay. All the attention quickly All the attention quickly turned into unwanted scrutiny. It's funny when your brain sometimes just autofills words that are not there and you just go with it for some reason. So you choose. You chose to... I think my character chose to escape, but I'll say grim acceptance. Okay. This place is completely lifeless. Even ideas are buried here. Oh, they're burning the evidence. Remember to thoroughly destroy each book and add the spirit money to throw them off. There can't be any intact book pages, or else this would be for naught. Hey, Wei. You're closer with Miss Yen. I heard that she had to flee the country overnight. Is that true? I'm not sure. She never said anything about leaving. Unlike Miss Yin, we don't have the connections to guide us to safety. Aren't you afraid? Well, actually, what bothers me the most is, do you know how the reading list got leaked out? Stop asking questions. I'm as clueless as you. Let's just hurry up and finish this. We don't want to get caught. Troldemort is a great name. I agree. And Troldemort has some pretty adorable emotes too. His little like his little evil wizards. A written verdict from court. A torn piece of the verdict. Chang Ming-Wei, district level educator, is found guilty with students Wei and others of collusion with communist forces. Chang Ming-Wei is to be put to death after the court's ruling. Wei Chung-ting pleads guilty to affiliation with communist forces. Reading of prohibited texts with rebellious and corrupt thoughts. Will be sentenced to 15 years jail time. Well, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. There we go. I have it. I'm a subscriber, silly. I can show him. Where did you go? The door is barred by a broom. There's a note on top of it. Snitcher. Remove the broom? Yes. God, this game takes such a turn that's amazing. Like, it just the vibes of it, the surrealness of it gets so good. Oh, I love it. Added to journal. Note entry. Excerpt. That time, in fear, forcing herself to breed hatred. Who knew that she would take the leap and leave this world behind? Nary a last word because of fear, remorse. The reason remains undecided. I was left with a blur of confused thoughts spiraling through my mind. When I saw the sunlight again, things had changed drastically. My loved ones and teacher went to a higher place. She was buried in an unmarked grave, leaving me a decrepit man. Hang on a second. Okay, let's save. Let's save. Every time I see a save point, I'm like, maybe there's more of the game left than I thought. Oh! Look where we are. We're back in the Red Fortress or whatever it was called. The red brick building. There's a note on the cart. I guess what we do is this. I guess we go... Oh, wait. How do we do this now that she is... If only there was another switch. Let me pop out and back in. I thought what I would have had to do is trap her with the light on the other side. But wait. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm a dummy. Okay. So now we got to do this, right? Bloop. And there's another light on over here? Yes. Acting immediately on one's determination. This is the philosophy he believed in. That someone should take fate into their own hands. With you following him, what ideas do you hold? I want to click multiple of these just to see. Take hold of your destiny. Or if it forces you to choose one. That is a charming thought. So life has gained a goal. Next to him, you found yourself. You are me. Oh, okay. Oh, Seba, are you taking off or are you just popping in right now? How's it going? Good to see you. Oh, nice. Nice. This is a pretty great game thus far. It is really, really, really great. Detention. Are you familiar with this? That's true. You never know if someone's lurking. You never know if someone's busy and they just have you on in the background. No matter how many times this replays, nothing can be unwound. So just so you know, this is kind of this is an interesting semi-historical horror game. I think we're right near the end, I believe. So we're going to be in like very, very, very major spoiler territory if you happen to not want to just see the end of it. So I'm just giving you that warning right now because we're forging ahead, but I think we're right. I think we're going to be really close to the end. You can never redeem yourself. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's really heavy though. It's very, very, very heavy. Instructor by. This is the book list I mentioned before. I found it on our teacher's desk. Valiant Hearts. That sounds really familiar. Oh, I know Valiant Hearts. That's I own it, but I've never tried it. It's like a military one, right? Miss Fang, your country appreciates your assistance. Oh, my character. Oh, World War I was brutal. Did you think finding something to rely on would stave off your fear? I think it would be hard to make a World War I game that isn't depressing as hell. Because Jesus. Did you think finding something to rely on would stave off your fear? One day, however, he was gone, just like that. You've lost everything you can depend on. What choice will you make now? I don't know what I guess I don't know what my character will do. Well, this place is familiar. I think we know what's likely going to happen right here. Or not. Or not. Memories are like a mirror, reflecting the true likeness of your soul. Maybe you still want to forget. Maybe you're still afraid. Facing your own aspirations, but not confessing to the truth. I am you. Yet you are not me. Oh, Lord. The eyeballs watching. Oh, Lord. Constantly cycling over and over, with only the river Sanzu at the end of your journey. Yet the knot of sin still lies unsolved. The bridge leading to Paramita lies at collapse. So the Requiem, with a warm crescendo, welcomes you once again. God damn. I don't. I've only played a couple that do. Only really this and The Witness, really. Although the meaning of this game is pretty clear if you've seen from the beginning. Like, there's definitely metaphor and stuff going on, like the eyes and stuff like that. But it's also laid out pretty clearly what it's about, too, at the same time. Can we walk in front of the stage? We can. Okay, let's go up. Hey, Doom's really deep. I'm just kidding. There's demons and they're bad. But in a sense, if you think about Doom, why are there demons? It's because of our greed. We had to experiment with that technology because it was a branch of the military. It's really a commentary on our nature. You know, we're fighting the demons, but really we are the demons. Oh. All we have is a rope. All we have is a rope. I would actually be a terrible English teacher. English was always my worst subject in school because because it took a lot of time investment and I was lazy. I was a procrastinator. God damn. This fucking game. It is funny though, it really did pivot. If you notice, about halfway through the game, we stopped being able to hold our breath. Because it stopped being a horror game and started being a tragedy. God damn. That was a fucking heavy game. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm definitely buying Devotion. Holy crap. That is... Oh my lord. That is depressing as hell. I really like it's a hard thing to comment on because it's clearly really emotional, and so you don't want to dive too deep into the emotional commentary because you don't want to get hit by it. But yeah, the thing that you have to love about it in a way is that your character is simultaneously the bad person but also the victim. You know what I mean? Like, clearly the real bad person is the situation that everyone's in and the society that they're kind of stuck in, and the fact that, like, but goddamn, that's rough. Holy shit, guys. Oh my god. Yeah, I hear devotion is absolutely... Oh, the achievement I got is a picture of a noose and it says everyone loves you. Holy shit. That was a heavy game. Oh god. That really pivoted. That really pivoted from... And like the picture is of the chair that you hang yourself on. And like early in the game, to solve a clue, you have to slit the guy's throat. But the guy's throat that you slit, you actually like basically cost him his life, right? Or at least 15 years of his life. And I thought it was like, you know, like the thing where you get the note, but the note is clearly a picture of a gun. Like, oh my god, they did such a good job. I've got to get Detention. Oh, anyways. But yeah, that game pivoted. Let's look at the chapters real quick. How many chapters are there? 4. Yeah, because here's the thing. Prologue, there were no threats. You cannot lose the prologue. Chapter 1, there's threats that can kill you. Chapter 2, there's threats that can kill you. Chapter 3, there's no threats. It's just puzzles. Chapter 4, there's no threats. It's just like walking simulator. So literally, the survival horror is just the first half of the game, and then it pivots to tragedy adventure game. Very interesting. Okay, so we're at a weird time. We're at a weird time, and here's why. Oops. Okay, I'll swap over to some BRB music. So we have some decisions to make. I could probably play for a couple more hours. Now, the thing is, I don't have a game that would really last a couple hours. The two things that are the closest are, I have the two things I have not beaten that are horror themed. I mean, other than Darkwood. We have episode 3 of Dusk, which will take more than 2 hours, I think. So I think it's an awkward time. And we have the expansion for New and Tasty, which we might be able to do. But the other thing we could do right now, if we want, is we could raid someone. And it might be kind of nice to give someone a nice, sweet raid. You know? Because we got 10 people. I rarely have this many people. That's a nice, meaty number. So, do you guys feel like giving someone a raid? There's a few good people we could raid. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch over to this sweet music and this sweet art. First thing I want to say, I want to talk to you guys for a second. You guys are freaking amazing. Streaming has been a really amazingly positive thing in my life. I definitely pivoted from like a couple months ago having some really hard times that I really needed to make a change. Like, I was in a place that I was having health problems and all this shit happening at once. And I was just like, I need to make some changes in my life because I'm in lockdown and I have nothing going on. And honestly, this has been a completely worth it endeavor for me. Yeah, this has been a completely just wonderful experience. Met a lot of awesome people. I really, you know, usually, you know, when I had nothing to look forward to, my days would just shift later and later and later, and I just stay up as late as I could and then sleep in as late as I could. And now I'm just excited for, you know, for the next day to start stream. So it's been awesome to have so much support, so many people just like hanging out, talking. It's been wonderful. There's a lot of awesome people here. So, you know, before I leave, I should drop some stuff. should drop some shout outs. Yeah, seriously, games have some amazing things with them. Yeah, and especially horror games. Horror games are a really special medium because even though I'm not the biggest horror fan, horror games have something special about them because a lot of other horror media relies on people making bad decisions, and horror games rely on you trying to make the best decision you can. And it also is inherently scary because you're the character and you're trying to deal with the situation. But yeah, I don't, you know, there's some people that don't view games as art in the same level as other mediums, and that's bullshit. Like, seriously, like, the amount of work and thought that goes into this stuff is unbelievable, and I'm really, really passionate about it. Yeah. Seba, you stream, right? You're a streamer. You've been an awesome, awesome supporter. I've never checked out your streams because I only found out you stream recently. I'm always going to mess this up because of the vowels and consonants, but... Okay. So, I just want to say thanks so much for everyone for hanging out. It's been an awesome couple of days. The support has been insane. We have not rated Clammy Games yet. And, hey, listen, my mic is just a headset. My internet is okay. But you can, you know. Oh, hey, Scott, how's it going? Man, popping in just to steal a shout out. I see how it is. I'm just kidding. You just missed us playing the darkest game and getting super real talk. But yeah, I was just talking about how, you know, the past couple of days have gotten some crazy support. It's meant a lot, and I'm really appreciative of all you guys. But I think that while we have people, before I lose them all, oh god, I want to do Omori, but I'm a little bit afraid of, I don't want to dive too deep into, like, just some horrible traumatic shit that's really gonna fuck with some people. And I also don't want to spoil myself on things. I played a game called In Existence, and I forgot that there was some, like, implications of some pretty bad trauma in it. And when I hit it, I was like, oh shit, I probably should have put a warning. But yeah, I definitely want to play that game. Okay, before I lose people with my rambling, I want to give Clammy Games a raid, because we have a pretty sizable amount of people right now, especially for my room. And Clammy has been a really nice guy. I just met him a couple days ago, and he's playing a game I love a lot, and it's a game that on the surface does not look deep, but this game is deep as hell. This is a game I could rant about. So, let's go raid Clammy Games and actually say hi to him. Okay, thanks a lot for hanging out, guys. I'll see you guys soon. Let's head over there. Is that not? Oop, I did it wrong. I don't know how to raid. Oh, fail. Take two. Perfect, first try. Have a good night, Scott. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. Okay, see you guys later.